gì. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cyberport Blockchain Security Summit 2025, Road to Virtual Assets Regulatory Compliance, Security, and AML, hosted by Cyberport and sponsored by BOCN and Slomis. My name is James, and I'm the MC of today. With the evolution of digital technology, blockchain technology is transforming our landscape in an incredible place. In today's conference, we will explore insights covering with real-life use cases studies, practical tips for digital access protection, as well as the AML challenges and regulatory compliance best practices. We will also have the networking session at El Churro, which is the restaurant right behind the CyberArena at 5 p.m. after the main event. And we encourage everybody to participate and join us for the networking session to connect with our honorable speakers and guests together. Without further waiting, let's begin with our first session of today. May I please invite Engineer Eric Chan, Chief Public Mission Officer of Cyberport, to deliver the welcoming remarks of today. Let's welcome Mr. Chan with a round of applause.
Undersecretary for Financial Services and Treasury Bureau, Mr. Joseph Chan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and a warm welcome to Cyberport. And it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Cyberport Blockchain Security Summit 2025. Whereas Hong Kong digital technology flagship and incubator for entrepreneurship, Cyberport is home to over 2,000 community enterprises. We are dedicated to nurturing a vibrant tech ecosystem by cultivating talent, promoting entrepreneurship, supporting startups, and integrating new and traditional economies. We are now the digital tech hub of Hong Kong, driving digital transformation for all industries, with a focus on AI, blockchain, cybersecurity, and data sciences. Blockchain represents a transformative force that elevates the digital realm to unprecedented heights. It has the potential to revolutionize industries and empower individuals. To foster a thriving blockchain ecosystem in Hong Kong, we believe that collaboration is the key. So Cyberport has been partnering with various stakeholders to drive the technological advancement and applications. For instance, we have launched the Cyberport Blockchain Support Portal, partnering with leading protocols like Polkadot and Avalanche to accelerate blockchain applications in Hong Kong. To date, we have also supported over 70 industry events, engaging more than 250,000 participants in the blockchain ecosystem. We are also proud to have industry leaders such as CertTech, BOCN, Slomis, Kobo, and more in our community. However, all the advantages blockchain technology brings can be undermined by vulnerabilities if security isn't prioritized from the onset. From smart contract exploits to sophisticated phishing attacks, the threats are real and constantly evolving. As Joseph will likely address later, maintaining the integrity and the security of blockchain applications is crucial for Hong Kong's continued success as a leading financial and innovation hub. And that's why we have brought together such a diverse group of experts and industry players today here. And this summit is an opportunity to discuss current trends and challenges related to blockchain security and anti-money laundering measures. And we have an impressive lineup of speakers joining us today, including representatives from FSTB, the Hong Kong Police Force, regulatory bodies, and top experts from leading virtual asset exchanges, cybersecurity companies, tech enterprises, and tertiary institutions. We encourage you to actively participate in the discussions and share your insights. The collective knowledge and experience are invaluable, and your contributions will surely help shape the future of blockchain development in Hong Kong. And I hope all of you enjoy today's conference and engage in fruitful discussions and networking during the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan, for the warm welcoming. Next, it is our honor to invite Mr. Joseph Chan, JP, the Undersecretary of the Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau, to deliver the opening remarks. Let's welcome Mr. Chan with a round of applause.
Eric, Raymond, Professor Jack Poon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to join you at the Cyberport Blockchain Security Summit 2025. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Cyberport for hosting this pivotal event, and to all of you, industry leaders, regulators, and innovators, for joining us on a journey towards a secure and compliant future for virtual assets. Hong Kong has always been a bridge between traditional finance and innovation for the future. As an international financial hub, we are committed to fostering a vibrant, secure, and forward-looking ecosystem for blockchain and fintech. As an international financial center, Hong Kong enjoys a distinctive blend of advantages under the one country, two systems principle. On one hand, our core strengths include free flow of capital, free convertibility of our local currency, a robust common law system, and also a simple and low tax regime. On the other hand, Hong Kong enjoys preferential access to the mainland China market, the second largest economy of the world, which is growing at about 5% per annum. These new advantages position Hong Kong as the super connector between China and international markets, between the East and the West. Indeed, Hong Kong ranked third in the world and first in Asia under the Global Financial Centers Index. We are determined and committed to financial innovations, and we are actively advancing our regulatory regimes to embrace the unique opportunities and challenges of virtual assets. The Hong Kong SAR government issued the policy statement on the development of virtual assets in October 2022, reaffirming our commitment to the same activity, same risk, same regulation approach. This laid the foundation for a licensing regime for virtual asset service providers, ensuring compliance with international anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing standards, while safeguarding investors. Since its implementation in June 2023, 10 trading platforms have already been granted licenses. We have also seen increasing integration between traditional finance and virtual assets. Among these, stablecoins, particularly fiat reference stablecoins, are playing an increasingly prominent role in the Web3 and virtual asset ecosystem. To address their potential risks to monetary and financial stability, while fostering innovation, the government is committed to establishing a robust and appropriate regulatory framework for stablecoin issuers. To advance this initiative, we have been working closely with industry stakeholders through public consultation and the launch of a stablecoin sandbox last year. And in December last year, the government submitted the draft legislation to the Legislative Council. Our approach aligns with international standards, incorporating recommendations from the Financial Stability Board, FSB, to ensure that Hong Kong's regulatory framework remains globally competitive while tailored to our local conditions. Under the proposed licensing regime, any entity engaged in issuing fiat reference stablecoins in Hong Kong issuing Hong Kong dollar-denominated stablecoins, or actively promoting the issuance of fiat-reference stablecoins to the Hong Kong public must obtain a license. Subject to the passage of the bill, we aim to launch operation of this regime within this year, with a view to expediting license approval. The government is also expanding our regulatory oversight on over-the-counter trading of virtual assets. A 2-month public consultation on the proposed OTC virtual asset license regime was conducted in February last year, with a second round of consultation to be conducted later this year. In addition, in order to secure safekeeping of digital assets in line with international standards, we will propose a licensing regime for virtual asset custodian service providers and will conduct a consultation this year as well. Hong Kong's unique role as a bridge between virtual asset and traditional financial markets has also been demonstrated throughout the years. In 2022, the first virtual asset futures ETF were listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange here. In 2023, the Hong Kong SL government became the first government in the world to issue tokenized green bonds, setting a global precedent. Then, in 2024, last year, we welcomed the listing of Asia's first virtual asset spot ETFs here in Hong Kong, reaffirming our leadership in the development of virtual assets across the region. Ladies and gentlemen, our city's dynamism extends beyond policy and regulation. Hong Kong proudly hosts world-class international Web3 events such as SmartCon in October last year, Consensus in February this year, and of course, the upcoming Web3 Festival next week. Each of them bringing thousands of industry leaders and innovators from around the world together here to explore future opportunities in Web3 and virtual assets. On this note, I would like to once again thank Cyberport for organizing today's summit and also its continuous contribution to development of Web3 and virtual asset business in Hong Kong. The government and our regulators will continue to work closely with all of you to build a future where blockchain transforms finance securely, inclusively, and sustainably. I wish you all a productive and inspiring summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan, for the insightful remarks. Next, it is also our honor to invite Mr. Raymond Lam, Chief Superintendent of CSTCB from the Hong Kong Police Force, to share the opening remarks. Let's welcome Mr. Lam with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, Joseph, Eric, distinguished guests, industrial leaders, and cybersecurity experts. It's my pleasure to join you all today. The Cyberport Blockchain Security Summit 2025. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Cyberport for bringing all together the key stakeholders today to exchange insight and strengthen our collaboration. This summit reflects Hong Kong's commitment to fostering a secure, transparent, and innovation-friendly virtual asset ecosystem. Hong Kong is embracing Web3 technology. With our strong infrastructure and clear regulatory direction, we are well positioned to support the industrial growth while ensuring its development is sustainable and responsible. The future is bright, but only if we address the challenges today. In 2024, Hong Kong recorded 2,513 virtual asset-related cases, resulting in a total financial loss of 3.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, which was already 1/3 of the loss of overall deception cases. Last week, we again received an employee embezzlement case from a blockchain company with a loss of 385 million Hong Kong dollars. Cause the chief engineer planned a backdoor for personal ill-gotten gains, which highlights the significant risk of insider threats as well. The risks are real, and permanent. And so it's our responsibility to address these challenges and head on. Cybersecurity remains a key focus, especially in DeFi. While decentralized finance is driving financial innovation, it has also attracted cyber threats. By strengthening the smart contract security, enhancing platform resilience, and encouraging responsible innovation, we can build a safer and more trustworthy DeFi landscape. At the same time, financial crime tactics are evolving. The borderless and fictitious nature of virtual assets presents new challenges, but it also pushes us to innovate in investigative tools and regulatory framework. By staying ahead of these developments, we can protect investors, uphold financial integrity, and build greater trust in our industry. Given the global nature of digital assets, cross-border collaboration is more important than ever. Regulation may vary across jurisdictions, creating gaps that can be exploited. Stronger international cooperation, intelligence sharing, and harmonized regulatory approaches will be key to ensuring a safer and more transparent virtual asset ecosystem. Beyond regulation and technology, the industry readiness and public awareness are keys to sustainable growth. As the industry grows, we must improve security practices, strengthen compliance measures, and raise public awareness of potential risks. Addressing these challenges requires a unified effort. I firmly believe that it is more important of the public-private partnerships. The private sectors bring technical expertise and innovation, while regulators and law enforcement provide oversight and enforcement capabilities. By working together, we can proactively address the risk, develop practical solutions, and create an environment which security and growth hand in hand. A key step forward is the establishment of the Virtual Asset Service Alliance, a strategic partnership between the police and leaders of the virtual asset industry, particularly the licensed service providers. The alliance is built on three strategic pillars. First, the exchange of knowledge, skill, and intelligence. Second, assurance of the cyber, financial, and physical security. And the last one, empowerment through publicity, crime prevention, and early intervention. By advancing these pillars, the alliance is shaping a secure, resilient, and future-ready virtual asset ecosystem. We can reinforce Hong Kong's position as the global leader in Web3. Once again, thanks Cyberport for organizing this summit. I look forward to the discussions ahead in this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lam, for the incredible insight, and please remain on stage. We would now like to capture this wonderful moment with a photo session. I would like to firstly invite all our welcoming and opening remarks speakers, along with our title sponsors, to join us for the first photo. May I please invite Mr. Joseph Chan, JP, from the Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau, Engineer Eric Chan from Cyberport, Mr. Joe Zhou from BioSyn, and Mr. Tony Tan from Slowmiss to the stage for a group photo with Mr. Lam. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and please remain on stage. And now I would like to further invite our honorable speakers and guests to the stage for photo again. May I please invite Mr. Niels Anderson Root from Binance, Mr. Jonathan Chung and Mr. Alan Sim from Bybit, Mr. Lucas Yang and Mr. Eugene Wong from Kobo, Dr. Kang Lee from Certic, Mr. Yuof Mazer from Signia, Professor Jack Poon, and all our honorable panel speakers on stage to capture this wonderful moment. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and you may return to your seat to enjoy today's conference. Now, we will proceed with our first keynote session of today. And without further waiting, let's welcome our first keynote speaker of today, Mr. Joe Zhou, CEO of Biosin, to present our first keynote, implementation of on-chain AML and to enhance the Web3 security. Let's welcome Mr. Zhou.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today, Cyberport. So my name is Joe. I'm representing my company, Biosin. Can we? Yeah, that's our company, Biosin. We are among the first batch of Web3 company that enters Cyberport. But that's not the reason why I get to speak first, all right? It's because here I want to make an important speech to actually to unite all the industry, service providers, as well as all our users to have more AML in place in order to enhance Web3 security. Why do I say that? Right? Always people will asking, what exactly are you talking about? AML and security. Actually, our company is a Web3 security and compliance company. There is an important aspect here because we see that for Web3, a lot of this AML, that is money laundering activities are related to security events. So according to our annual report, we found that there has been a rising trend of all those hacks, phishing, and other online illicit activities. And these are getting bigger and bigger. And not to mention the incident I'm going to talk about. And everybody knows what I will talk about, which will break the record for for this year as well, the hacks events. So you will see that actually after that event, all these security companies like us and others like Certec, like Slomis, like Bitrace, we are all working together to work out what's happening, right? And at the same time, while our security team is working on the investigation, our KYT team, which is the AML team, we are also doing a very important task, which is to tag all those hack addresses in our database. Within minutes, all our database are already updated with the address tags. So as a result, our clients are able to stay away from the threats from all those illicit trades. So these are things we wanted to talk about, right? And here I wanted to say that in this case, we all work together, right? Everybody, like Certic, Bitrace, Slowmist, like I mentioned, us, we all work together to print out these clues for investigation. However, there is something that we, even though our investigation was very successful, right? We published clues, we immediately recognized that who was the person behind all this, but the money laundering activity didn't stop there. That's the most unfortunate part. Why? I think everybody knows this person, ZXBT. He been talking about this for days, and I'm following him on Telegram. And this guy actually points out some ugly truths is that it's simply not easy because for the industry to act together, all those taxes, DeFi, they did not fulfill their responsibilities. Money laundering has been too easy for these kind of hack events. That's why people are keeping doing this again and again and again. So one of the things we are observing is that we want to have more regulations, but indeed, if we are all in the industry, we all know that Web3 industry should not be that much regulated, right? In fact, as I said, in Hong Kong, we already have a lot of regulations, but do we need more? Maybe not. I think for Web3, we want to have a decentralized culture. That's why we're here. But if the crypto industry cannot handle those hacks alone, there will be more regulations. That will be the least we will see. So after the event, we saw that a lot of those taxes all recorded historical volumes. Trading volumes have been extremely high, and they are making up tons of money. What does they say exactly? So people following all this news must know what I'm talking about. They actually did not fulfill what they should be doing, right? The taxes become the easiest part for this whole thing to launder the money. So they, for example, if you follow the news for OKX which I used to work for, they are now separating the Web3 from the exchanges, right? Because for the DEX aggregators, they cannot effectively stop the money laundering fund from coming in. It's an API connection. There is no such thing to recognize where they're coming from. And the money laundering activity did not stop there. So we keep on growing and growing and growing. And that's why we wanted to say that we hope more cross-chain bridges or more of those DEX aggregators or more of those cross-chain exchanges, they should have more KYT, which is know your transaction in place, not just for themselves, right? But for the whole industry to prevent more securities event from happening. This is something we are seeing in the market. So if we all act together, we effectively build a firewall against all these illicit transactions. And I will argue that that will effectively lower the security events from happening again. So this is something I wanted to point out. On the other hand, for the centralized exchanges, they also need to do their part. So far, they haven't. But in Hong Kong, things are getting much better because we have regulated exchanges here. And we also have seen some big exchanges like Binance, Bybit, they already done their part. So these are already taken care of. But I'm also looking at the third tier or second tier exchanges. They haven't done their part. I also hope they can also realize that and everybody act together to fulfill their responsibilities. Yes, thank you. So looking ahead, what do we expect to see in the industry? This is something we have been doing, right? So AI, for example, people are always asking, oh, AI and Web3, are they together? And people, when I went to a conference the other day, they even asked me to go on the stage to talk about AI. But AI and blockchain here really, they don't have a convergence yet. But we do use AI to recognize some of the trading patterns and try to build that into our system. So if our system detect these kind of trading patterns, we will immediately recognize them and tag them in our database. That's another thing we are trying to do. And also, we wanted to have a regional compliance network. This is something I talked to the HKC and maybe the police already. We want to build a localized Hong Kong database. This is something we can do immediately, and we share our resources. Because for all our service providers, I don't think any of them are completely the same. Only act together to put all the resources together can we build this effective firewall against all these illicit wallet addresses. This is another thing I wanted to see. And finally, we wanted to lower the entry, the cost for the smaller enterprise crypto businesses so that they can effectively use our KYT solutions. Even for an affordable price, they can effectively build a firewall with all the big players. So we see these things are happening slowly, but I hope through this kind of education seminars or our social media posts, we can alert the more people to pay attention to this. So finally, I also wanted to next. So yes, as a firm, we are also trying to do something different. So we are a Cyberport company. We actually build our database particularly for Asia, right? So our database are targeted at Asia, Southeast Asia. So for example, we also publish regular research reports such as this one. We just found out for Indonesian country exchanges 50% of the risky assets actually coming from gambling. This is another finding they wanted to alert the people. And what is more alarming is that behind all those trades, 20% or 30% all went to sanctioned countries. This is more alerting. If you want to find out more, log on to our website or follow our LinkedIn to find out more. Thank you so much. And let's unite. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for the insightful sharing. And next, we'll have the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Kang Lee, CSO of CertIC, to share about the Web3 security latest trends and reflection. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Lee.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Kang Lee. I'm the Chief Security Officer at CertIC. A few years ago, when I first came to Hong Kong, Cyberport is the first business building and business park I came to. I never been to Hong Kong before that. So we are lucky to make Cyberport as our home for our company. So I really feel like here's like a homecoming, giving talks to friends and to people and also our colleague in the security field. So what I'm going to talk about today is about some of the trend observation we made. And I'm going to start quickly first to say some background about our company. People work with Certic probably have seen this slides lots of times, so I'm not going to emphasize too much. But we do want to say we have the largest number of Web3 project according to the popular media, and we are well funded by traditional VCs. And come back for today's topic. I do want to get people's attention on some of the report we generate every quarterly or half year a month, yearly. We have this Hack 3D, and this one actually summarize what are the activity statistic in the security and Web3 field. And if you're interested, look at the trend, you can feel free, welcome to read this. And all my observation also come from these. Now, two of the trend I want to emphasize for this field. Number one is that we still see lots of scam. Of course, we will talk about incident, hackings, but I do want to say, I'll emphasize that lots of the risk happen in this field is come from scams. That's also why regulators and the company, security company pay lots of attention detecting this. One common threat in the past is like a rug pull, for example. So according to our study, last year, more than 50% of the token in Ethereum are scam projects. And again, for detail, please look there. One more interesting trend is that there's lots of AI being used by the attacker. Or also, interestingly, we also see the attacker are targeting the AI trading bots. So we discover a group of attackers. They start to do this rug pulls that really short-lived. In the past, at least for people in Hong Kong, we heard about the JPEGs, right? The event really famous and got lots of people worried about the risk. That event required, the scammer actually hire a celebrity, get, the investor into luxury resorts, hotels, and it takes like months from the beginning of the project to the end of the rug pull. These projects we find is really short-lived. It's like lasting only a few hours. Clearly, there's no time for them to recruit human investors. So our further study shows that these are the groups that are targeting the AI trading bots. So they launch all the scam tokens. They promote in the place that the AI trading bot are looking for information. Then they rock with those bots. So that's one thing I want to draw people's attention, especially people interested in AI or apply AI in this field. Now, next one, I do also want to mention that we do generate this monthly graph shows what are the major incident. I submit the slides too early, so we do have a newer version for March, what I'm showing you as the February one. And of course, you see there's a high bar there show the loss, and of course, I know that our security friends look at this, or even that we have Bybit colleagues here. But of course, that's the major event there. More importantly, I do want to say more about this. Lots of time, we were talking about smart contract review auditing, but according to our yearly or quarterly report, the biggest problem happened to the field are still traditional, cybersecurity threat. Like, we talk about social engineering, phishing, and lots of things. I had one sentence, I summarize it. Very often I want to say, again, remind our colleagues in the Web3 field. I want to say that very often, please pay attention on the traditional threat vector. What I wrote there is saying the end game of Web3 security is Web2 security, actually, right? And that reflecting a lot in the recent situation. So we see a trend, again, in terms of trend, I said number one trend is scams still prevalent. Number two, the trend is that operation security failure is still the dominant reason we have all these incidents. Now, of course, we have to look at the major one. Can I get the next slides? Which I don't know which way I pointed. Oh, that's I need to go back. Okay, right. So I want to start a question like this is I call it home, right? For me at Hong Kong. And so I decided to come here to answer a soul searching question. This question was asked to me at a round table right after the week after the Bybit hacking event. I know we have the Bybit people here, and there are also a colleague here in the industry also with me in the same meeting. There's a round table in Singapore. It's a regulator, round table, and someone asked this to the audience, and they especially point to the security company like me. A question like this: will the Web3 industry get better after, of course, without saying after the Bybit event? Now, my answer, of course, as a member in the Web3 industry, I want to be positive. So my answer is, oh, okay, give me a second. Okay, let me see. Okay, go this. First, my answer is yes. In that room for the person even witnessed there, I gave answers to say yes. Because in that event, we do have the community come together, help to rescue not only the money fund, right? Make sure the company continue to run. We also have a group of company, like what Bill Sin shown, right? We're continue working together, try to track the fund, block the fund, even it's really challenging, right? We work together. Great. And also, there's also collaborative effort showing, okay, where the bug is. But in my mind, even I said yes in that community, in that roundtable, I also have something in my mind really say there's also a no answer, given the couple of years experience I had in the Web3. Why I say no? Because when I talk to people after this event, what people remember, you will remember it was here like this is the largest heist can happen. Well, I worry about this may not be the largest in the next year we may ask. I worry about that, right? Because assuming if at least if the Bitcoin if it's going the price as predicted, maybe there's a another one, right? Also, people remember, oh, this is because of North Korea hacker, which is likely true, Lazarus, right? But that I don't want that become the reason to say why we fail, right? If that's the only thing you remember, our industry really again, I worry about what happens again. They also worry, lots of discussion about whether Bybit able to pay for it. Can they recover? Can they continue? Right? In fact, there's right after Bybit, there's another incident people didn't pay attention. We are the first to detect it. The OX Infinite, they lost 50 million compared to 1.4, nobody cared. But the very first question people ask to say, can this protocol continue to run? And the owner actually tweeted to say, oh, we have enough money, and nobody then care what happened. And then, of course, I think I will say again, kudos to Bybit. They managed this crisis quite well. I think business continue. But if this is the only thing we remember, I think our industry have problem, right? Because what really happened? If you think about in the traditional financial industry, of course, they also have security breach. But a single breach should not cause you have all this loss. Okay, so I do want to call this again. I don't know how many people see this. A Web2 security company called Dark Navy. They put a video. They fully recovered the whole process. I encourage you to look at the detail. But they do made a statement. I want to give you a few seconds to read the statement. Basically, they're saying, okay, we look at this attack. Both the attacker and also the defender of the victim. There are lots of things they did wrong. This, in a Web2 security case, really shouldn't end up like this. Okay, so I encourage you to read this. I also talked to lots of our security vendors. I think they share similar opinion, but again, we don't want to be too negative in the community to say, hey, there's things we didn't do well. However, if you want to do better, again, I feel like this is my home at Hong Kong, so I just be candid, just open and say this, right? Lots of things we can do better. So I want to emphasize that we should do better security operation. What I show here is number one, there are a couple of things we believe made wrong. If any of these are right, you will not fall for this. Again, my point is that we will still, like for people working in security like me for 30 years, I know there are times you're going to make mistake. I know there are times your security defense will be bricked. But you should not fail at because a single failure, you got a huge loss. You should have a layer of defense. So what I've shown there is number one on the text, we know there's several failures. Number one, you should not rely on a UI that hosted on the third party. Like in this case, Bybit choose to use Safe. Nothing wrong with that decision, but the Safe UI is running host on the Safe protocol side. Think about it again, how much asset you're protecting. The company valuation of the safe itself is less than 1.5. And you actually have multiple wallet, more than that, being protected in this. This time it's been attacked by an attacker. What if safe the company decides to do a rug run, right? So that itself doesn't make sense. And we actually see lots of exchange, we audit, they don't do this, okay? And number two, the attack is done by upgrade, a protocol update process. That transaction was masqueraded, pretend to be a value transfer transaction. Now, the approving process, unfortunately, is the same. Think about in a bank. In a bank, you have a people operate the vote, like moving, your gold bar between the vote and outside. But you don't have the same procedure, same people to approve the process to fixing the vote, right? Like if your vote is, needs some maintenance, you probably get a different group of people to, handle that process. Unfortunately, in this case, again, I know we have a colleague come from Bybit. We do feel like that's a wrong, clearly violation of the privilege isolation or segregation duty, right? You could do it. So in that way, even they try to pretend to do this, it should not be approved. Number three, you got the protocol upgrade, fine. It's a proxy protocol in the safe, fine. Very often you do need upgrade. Like in the traditional finance, in the vault, they do repair. Now, but you don't make the upgrade vote immediately available. Kind of like you go back, like a bank fixing their vote, and they say they're leaking. You don't put them in place immediately, make it available. You will do at least a review. You should check this, right? So that's another mistake. The number four, of course, this is people talk a lot about multi-sign, a blind, blind signing. It is true. It's hard to like even you have the ledger wallet. It's hard to find the detail. But if you look at even I don't know how many of you are using the ledger, the hardware wallet, even the Nano X, the cheapest one. That transaction, the upgrade transaction, looks different than the money transfer, token transfer. So again, there's a warning sign, but there's lots of discussion that. Now let's look at the last one. Again, this is not limited. We just list a few, right? The version of a safe protocol used there is 1.1.1. That's a 4-year-old protocol. Now, there's nothing wrong with that itself, but let me tell you one more incident last year in 2024. There's an Indian exchange called WASX, right? Anyone remember that? That was also compromised. Similarly, but they were using a version like 1.3 or 3.1. I forgot. It's like much later version. If they use a later version again, this could be avoided. Okay, so lots of things. I put other thing. There's a screenshot there. We did an auditing on a key custodian solution last end of last year. I blackened the vendor name because I'm not supposed to release that. And look at the finding there. We do find like they have the UI spoofing all this. So my point is that certainly I'm not just trying to bragging to say, hey, Certic, look at all this threat. What I'm trying to point out that is that if you actually get a decent team, including any of the vendor here, security vendor, to look at your backend, I think at least not necessarily all of these will be pointed out, maybe one or two of this risk will be exposed. And at least I won't able to guarantee that you won't be hacked, but it will be much less risky, right? So at the end, what I want to say is that there's a common mistake, at least based on my experience this couple of years working in the Web3 field. I think there's a mindset. We should not simply remember this is North Korea hackers and we're done. No. Because the problem go wrong is that lots of projects consider security is something they can pay one time to buy a product, then problem solved. I think that mindset has to change. Security needs to be continuously managed. If you look at any of the Web2 e-commerce company, they have a security team to managing it. You have to keep looking at it. Don't just buy a buzzword. I say, I bought this product, then I'm done. No, you need to run it, right? So that's the mindset. So there's lots of common, effort people can do threat modeling, privilege isolation, layer of defense. Your system should not fail, like you lose this huge amount by a single hack. No one can help you prevent the nation state want to compromise your layer, one layer or multiple layer defense. But you at least need to be ready to say, not because of a single failure, I would lose everything. So at the end, I will try to say, summarize this. Risk management need a dedicated effort, continuous effort. You will need to manage by professional team. In fact, I think we are, again, be candid. We have worked with Bybit a bit before. So I know they need to use a better professional team, but that was a couple years ago. So hopefully they improve after this. Get a professional team, run this, okay? Then, of course, allocate resource proportional to the value you're protecting. In Web3 field, we often have the situation that we have a small project, suddenly they get popular. You got like 5-person team, very often, for example, doing a DeFi project. Suddenly, like initially you only have a tiny amount of money. Suddenly you get popular. You have a huge amount of asset in the pool. Make sure, remember, you need to allocate security protection effort proportional to that. Very often project is busy to catching up the market, but if you don't pay attention, you will lose those, you know, because so you didn't pay attention. The very last one, I would recommend to do more practice. In fact, I do want to come back to say one thing Bybit did great, and this is also what Ben in the CEO wrote. They did good practice for their crisis management. He wrote this in publicly to say how they handled it. This is great. Now, please also do more security practice, not just the crisis, practice, right? You should have a security team coming, or your own security operation team should do things like chaos and engineering, testing, right? Don't do the crisis management is happen after. Do it before. We all know, all of you, I'm pretty sure, do is a phishing, practice. You should also do secure risk assessment, do that practice. So again, try to get professional team run this and handle this as a process. That's all I have. Again, I hope I'm not offending anyone. And again, of course, you can encourage people to talk to security forum like us, other member, like we have Boyson, we have Slowmiss, and other security company. I think you need professional people to help you. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for the incredible insight. And now I would like to further Mr. Tony Tan, Hong Kong Community Lead of Slowmiss, to deliver his keynote address from code audit to real-time AML, building a secure blockchain ecosystem. Let's welcome Mr. Tan.
Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Tony. So first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Cyberport for asking me to give a speech right here. So yeah, let's go for it. So this is the end-to-end security life cycle process that we have done in Slowmiss. So we will be suggesting Web3 platform, no matter if blockchain, layer 1, layer 2, or wallets, we will be suggesting like having the security concern before or during and after the event. And we will be suggesting like before the launching, you should be conducting the audit and integration of the AML and pen testing for the pre-launching fortification. And during the process, during the event, we will be suggesting the on-chain monitoring and off-chain monitoring for it. And if that is a security incident occurring, we will be suggesting on the company have the capability and resources on conducting the incident response and post-mortem report for it. So with the end-to-end life cycle, we just show you above, we have the corresponding services and product for you as Slowmiss. We have the blockchain security audit, mischeck platform, and yeah, these are some of the clients we have been served before in the past 7 years, and including the exchanges, blockchain layer 1, layer 2, wallet, and also the other industry leaders such as the OKS, Crypto.com, Bybit, and Hashkey as well. I put a little bit too much on the slide, so I want to like jump over some of the information. And security isn't a feature for it. So actually, is more important on the sharing responsibility. So that's why actually we will share what we learned and what we found in the past years. And we will be writing the article and the research about the becoming the auditor and also the smart contract checklist item of Solana, Tong, Sway account extraction, and we will put it in the GitHub. Mm, yep. And also we will conducting the analysis report for the major and public security incident in the space. And we will try to share it in our medium form. And here's some of the reports that we have done in the past 2024. And also now I would like to talk about the Mistrap. Mistrap is the one of the leading and comprehensive AML platform in the space, and we are supporting the 17 chains for now. And the most important and the core value of Mistrap is the labeling system. We are today we have 300 million label and 90 million on the illicit funds tax. And also we have 10,000 paid users since 2020 already. Yeah, and also I like to mention in the 2024, we have been receiving 500 forms from individual for asking to check the stolen funds. And it's about like 7 to 9 cases daily. And we have successfully recovered the illicit funds over 112 million in the last year. Yeah, and lastly, I would like to share with you like some of the cases about the individual loss happened in the past, and the stats that you guys seeing so far is the total loss, which is nearly 500 million has been lost by the individual for the phishing attack, and these stats are being shared by one of our partners called Scam Sniffer, and most of the attack will be happen on the wallet drainer. And wallet drainer is a type of malware deployed on the phishing website and is trying to steal the crypto asset by inducing the user to click on it. So I want to share with you like for checking the stolen funds, and it's time assuming and it's quite hard to do it. So we will suggesting on increasing the security awareness for the individual user. So I want to share with you the most common vectors for the phishing attacks. The one of them is the social account hijacking. It's like the hacker might be using the subtle change of the account's handle comparing to the official project handle. And the second one is the phishing about the meeting invitation phishing. So the hacker might be asked you to download the fake application with the discussed domain, like the one that I show you right here. And once maybe you have downloaded the application or installed the application, the hacker have the access to your computer and also the file system and the camera and keyboard as well. And the third one is the Telegram phishing. It's like some of the hacker will be display the fake bots in the official channel and asking the user to for banding the wallet. And the latest technique the hacker might be used in the Telegram is the safeguard technique scamming, and they might be ask you to run the code on the terminal of the computer. And the fourth one is the advanced email spoofing. It is using the phishing email template plus the reverse prophets tool and also the DNS tool twist. And in that case, the hacker have the perfect discuss domain for it for sending the email to the victims. Oh, I think yeah, this is pretty much everything for it. So yeah, if you are individual, if you are a crypto user, we will suggesting on reading the documentation from blockchain dark forest self-guided handbook. It's written by our founders course, and it will teach you like maybe how to protect your asset and also how to notify the phishing attack for it. So I'm looking forward to discuss with you guys in the later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tan, for a valuable insight. And now, we're honored to have Mr. Niels Anderson Root, Global Head of Financial Intelligence Unit from Binance, to present his keynote, Global Trends in Crypto Crimes and the Future of AML. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Anderson Root.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to take a few steps back and give the exchange perspective on crypto crime. Let's see if it works. It's very sensitive. Just a brief introduction of me in the Ghibli meme style. I'm currently the head of the global head of the financial intelligence unit at Binance, and that's the unit that consists of the several investigations team that work on a daily basis to keep the exchange safe, but also keep the wider ecosystem safe as well. So we have teams that work collaboratively with law enforcement. I know a lot of law enforcement requests as well, but we also have the law enforcement training team as part of the team. I joined the company 3.5 years ago, and before I was working with Binance, I worked in law enforcement, and these are a couple of the operations that I coordinated. So I basically worked on the takedown and also takeover of darknet markets and other crypto-related platforms as well. When I still worked, when I started working at the police, this was the typical criminal. They would use burner phones. They would meet up in forests, secret locations that had a lot of cash money in their house. And of course, as all of you know, this has changed. First, they started using encrypted phones. That worked quite well until they discovered that law enforcement was able to crack these phones and still manage to come up to their schemes, understand their schemes, and still arrest them as well. And then nowadays, you don't really know who the cyber criminal is. It can be anyone with a laptop and a computer. Maybe there's somewhere in the audience, some people in the audience as well. They can launch ransomware attacks, phishing attacks. They can scam people just from an internet cafe, and obviously they will use cryptocurrency as their main tool and their main assets that they want to seize. Just going back to the more positive side of the things, if you look at the crypto adoption, there's a specific crossing the chasm graph, which you can basically, the theory is there is that it is very difficult when there's a new innovation to jump from the early adopter stage to the early majority stage. And if you look at what's happening in the currently happening in the crypto space with new regulations, the developments in the United States, large players like BlackRock and Fidelity launching their Bitcoin ETFs, it seems like we're finally entered the stage where we crossed the chasm and we're now at the early majority stage as well. Criminals obviously also saw this, and more criminals entered in this space as well. As the previous presenters already mentioned, that is obviously posing problems. What we are seeing from the exchange perspective, I try to list it a little bit on the next two slides. So obviously we're seeing crypto being used for money laundering. It is fairly easy to create very complex money laundering schemes. We saw it with the Bybit hack, but we're seeing it in many other cases as well. You can very easily send money into mixing services, into other types of services as well. Sometimes they send money into darknet markets and pull it out. And they try to cash out through either high-risk exchanges, OTC desks, or sometimes they make use of accounts that they manage to create on compliance exchanges as well. We're seeing an increased use in stablecoins because criminals also want to avoid price fluctuations. And we're actually seeing that in other types of crime as well. Scams are an obviously a huge issue. We're seeing it a lot in the Southeast Asian countries where there's large-scale call center operations trying to scam people basically across the world. and we are seeing huge amounts of money flowing in that direction. We're unfortunately also seeing human trafficking links as well. There's also been some cases in Hong Kong linked to that too. So that is obviously a huge issue that we're also looking into as well. The hacks and the stolen funds, they were already mentioned earlier. Of course, historically speaking, we saw a lot of API hacks, and nowadays they're looking at other ways to attack all kinds of smart contracts. We're also seeing the use of crypto in terrorism financing. This is one of the examples where we're seeing an increased use on USDT on the Tron blockchain. The Tron blockchain, of course, is very efficient and very cheap. USDT because terrorists also want to keep a stable value to buy their weapons and explosives. But we are basically seeing that crypto element has become a part of what we've already seen before cryptocurrency were this popular. So there are Hawala networks. There's one office in country A, another office in country B. You don't see any physical money transfers. But nowadays we're actually seeing that there's a crypto element added to that Hawala transfer as well. So they also are now using cryptocurrencies. CSAM, child sexual abuse material, is another element where we're seeing it. It's a bit of an understudied area, so we don't know how big the issue of commercial CSAM is at this moment. But we are seeing that CSAM vendors are increasingly adopting privacy coins like Monero. And that is obviously a big problem because it's a lot more difficult to trace than transparent cryptocurrencies on transparent blockchains. We're also seeing ransomware, and the trend there is that they are attacking bigger players and they're also demanding higher ransoms. So we're seeing an increase in $1 million payments or above compared to what we previously been seeing related originally, and also had a lot of smaller ransom amounts as well. So apparently they're prioritizing the bigger companies. And we're also seeing it in the use for sanction evasion in nation-state actors, as we've already discussed earlier. I think this, let's see, it works. Yeah, that's working. What are we doing as an exchange? And this is just a sheet from Binance, but all the other compliance exchanges have similar types of controls in place as well. So we are obviously relying on proper KYC onboarding. I tend to disagree with Zach XBTC. It is actually working a lot better than not having those controls at all. So we try to understand who our clients are. They need to pass through KYC processes. They need to pass through the proof of address processes as well. We will screen them against all kinds of name screening lists because we want to know who our customers are. We also want to know why they onboard on our platform. At the same time, we are also tracking what they're doing on the platform by using different types of transaction monitoring softwares. We're actually using different types of products to cover all the range of tokens that we offer, but also all the range of services that we offer as well. So we want to ensure that all the transactions on our platform are legal and are compliant as well. To make sure that we don't have any users on our platform that are from sanctions regions, we also have all kinds of IP geofencing blocks on the platform too. And if we see some kind of illicit activities, then the financial crime investigations teams will look into it, and they will submit the suspicious activity reports to the governments. Of course, we are talking about crime. We're talking about hacks. These are some statistics from the Chainalysis 2025 report. If you look at the overall volume of, or at least the overall estimated volume of transactions that are linked to illicit activities, the numbers actually still seem to be not too bad compared to the traditional financial industry. When I started working at the police, I worked on normal organized crime cases. I already showed a picture of the largest bags of money. You couldn't really trace those. I mean, you really had to see the criminal actually handing that bag of money to someone else. And of course, with the blockchain, it's a lot more transparent. You can actually see money moving on the blockchain. And yeah, based on these stats, you can actually see that apparently it's still not at the level from traditional finance. 40.9 billion estimated from last year. It might be a little bit higher if the attribution from Chainalysis increases. But it's nothing compared to the estimated 1.9 trillion, which is almost the same as the whole market cap from the crypto ecosystem. That's estimated for traditional finance. So we're talking about crime, but it's still not that bad, at least not in my view. What kind of emergent threats are we seeing as an exchange? Some of that's already been discussed before, but we're still seeing that criminals are using mixing services. We're also seeing that criminals increasingly make use of chain hopping and coin swapping, and most of the traditional blockchain tracing tools can still you can still use them to trace through multiple chains. You can actually also trace to coin swaps as well. But we are seeing that a lot of the money laundering processes are actually being automated by the use of smart contracts. So it becomes a lot more difficult, especially for less experienced investigators, to still do this manually. So we're actually seeing an increase in incorrect tracing in many of these investigations, and that is very likely going to become a problem, especially if more and more criminals are using new technologies like AI and further automation, because then even though blockchains are transparent, it will become very difficult to actually follow the money. And we're already seeing that right now with the very fast movements after, for example, the Bybit hack. Money moves very, very fast. Compliance controls take some time to catch up. And even though we know where the money is, it's still difficult to grab it. Another issue, and it's already been touched on by the first speakers, we're seeing jurisdictional issues. Money can move very fast from one region to another, and the problem for law enforcement is that even though cybercrime knows no borders, law enforcement and regulatory frameworks do have borders. So very often they will have to go to another country, go through a mutual legal assistance treaty process, and that takes a lot of time. So that is one of the issues that law enforcement is facing. And on top of that, there's also a lot of differences. So sometimes a crime is a crime in country A, but not a crime in country B. And that's also very difficult for law enforcement to work with. And on top of that, they often also have limited resources to work on these type of cases. So what we propose, and it's been mentioned before, but we have the vision that we all need to work together in this space to make the ecosystem even safer. Some of the things that I think we should be doing is more operational public-private, but also private-private partnerships. And what I mean by that is that it's not just about intel sharing or information sharing, because that's often very difficult. Everybody has own data protection laws. They have specific types of very confidential information, which I cannot share. But if you build trust, and if you have at least an open mindset, then you should look at what's possible instead of what's not possible. And I've been on a lot of conferences where it's all about information sharing, but usually that's sort of where it ends. So what I'd like to see is actually have law enforcement work together with the cybersecurity industry, with the exchanges on these kind of cases, and then share as much as you can actually share. Signal sharing might in certain situations already be enough to work on these kind of cases, to better understand the types of crime and the patterns that the criminals are actually using as well. Another thing that we're often seeing is that in many countries there's an intelligence branch and there's a law enforcement branch, and they're not really talking to each other. And that's also an issue, because then you might have information within the government, for example, which is not being shared, and which basically also means that criminals can sort of just go out because they won't get arrested in this sense, because the intelligence, for example, is too sensitive to share with law enforcement. But again, if they at least look at what can be shared, that would definitely be helpful in these situations as well. Another thing which we're actually also participating in a lot is something like operational task forces. We're seeing a model which we're doing it in Europe quite often, where there's law enforcement in the room, where there's cybersecurity and blockchain intelligence companies in the room, exchanges are in the room as well. And then everybody is basically working together on the same kind of cases, where again, information sharing is often difficult, but you can still work on the same type of case and take quick action on your own side, and then solve the legal problems afterwards as well. So that's one of the ways to further enhance international collaboration. On top of that, I listed the treaties and information sharing agreements. That takes a lot more time. That will be the ultimate solution as well. But what I would like to say for this, and it's sort of echoed what other speakers have already been saying as well. The crypto ecosystem itself it's growing, it's going well. We're seeing a huge crypto adoption. And based on the numbers from, at least from companies like Chainalysis and Elliptics, it's not all that bad. But in order to keep it like this, we just need to work together to make it even safer and to make sure that people don't fall from scams, that hacks aren't happening anymore. So let's all work together and try to see what we can actually do when it comes to information sharing. One of the things that we do as well is training and resources. We have a global law enforcement training team, so we're actually delivering a lot of trainings to law enforcement to also make sure that they understand the crypto ecosystem, that they understand how they need to trace. Basic training is not enough anymore. I already mentioned that money laundering is becoming increasingly difficult. The money laundering techniques that the criminals are employing are becoming increasingly difficult, so we need to have advanced tracers, manual tracing, maybe in the future also automated tracing, because if money laundering is getting automated, we need to have better tooling and also more automation in the tracing as well. Another thing that we are doing, for example, when we investigate the scam networks, is look at the actual network, but also the actual behavior of the scammer as well. To, for example, try to predict what kind of new addresses these scammers will create to launder the networks, but also internally, what kind of other accounts might be linked to specific types of scams. Just one more slide, if it works. Yeah, thanks. I already mentioned the law enforcement training team. So and over the last 2 years, we have done over 200 trainings for law enforcement. If anyone is interested, please feel free to reach out as well. We are also actively collaborating with law enforcement. Over the past year, we complied with over 65,000 law enforcement requests, and the previous years has already been pretty high numbers as well. So we have a couple of hundred staff members working on the investigations teams, but also a dedicated team that works on law enforcement requests as well. Because we, being the biggest in this space, we also see it as a responsibility to make sure that this space is safe as well. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. And like I said, I hope we can all collaborate, share information, share signals, and make this ecosystem even safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edison Root, for an enlightening presentation. And now we'll move to our first fireside chat session featuring honorable speakers from Kobo, Bybit, and Signia. May I please invite firstly our moderator of the day, Mr. Lucas Young, Head of Sales and Solution of Kobo. Also our speakers, Mr. Jonathan Cheng, Head of Legal and Compliance of Bybit, Mr. Alan Sin, Head of Blockchain Risk Control of Bybit, and Mr. Yoav Meiser, Head of Incident Response APJ of Signia, to the stage for Insiders Response, Kobo, Bybit, and Signia fireside chat on security. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
All right. So okay. So I think we can share the microphones. Okay. So yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to the first set chat for today. So today we're very excited to have Bybit and also Signia together with us to have this fair set chat. I believe everyone here knows like what happened with Bybit last month, right? So today I'm very honorable to have people who are working in Bybit on spot to share on this incident and what are the immediate actions they took for this, and as well as Signia from cybersecurity perspective. So first of all, I think let's meet our panelists. Maybe start from Jonathan to have a quick introduction about yourself. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jonathan. I head up legal and compliance at Bybit, largely the operational side. In 2022, I was responsible for setting up and enhancing our AML division. Shortly very after, I moved into legal and regulatory compliance. So I handle quite a bit of the licensing. I handle a lot of the remediations, and I do most of the legal work coming around infrastructure as well as product terms and conditions. I'll pass it on to my colleague.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Alan Xin from the Bybit. I'm in charge of the blockchain risk control team. So basically, it has been a long months. we we are working really hard on this part. So maybe we'll talk a little later. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Yoav Mazor, Head of Incident Response for APJ Region Insignia. And specifically on this matter, I was the Incident Response Manager from Signia's side. There was multiple firms working on this case, but working directly on this case.
All right, cool. And lastly, about a little bit about myself. So I'm from Kobo. My name is Lucas. So Kobo, we are a wallet infrastructure providers or say custodies in the industry. So today we have a good mingle of exchange, wallet infrastructure, and also cybersecurity companies. So let's jump into the first topic for today, right? So maybe to Alan, I think everybody wants to know that could you walk us through like what happened on the instance and what are the actions your team took?
Okay. I think let's go back to our very beginning. Very beginning. It's like I think there is three phrases. The one phrase is the hacker is like they are preparing the attack. In the first phrase, like someday somehow like one machine of the safe developer has been hacked. We don't know how, we don't know when, but I think from the statement you have read about it. And the second thing is like after that, Safe's AWS S3 account has been hacked, and some JavaScript files has been malicious JavaScript file has been updated to their cloud server. And the third part is like they have deployed to malicious smart contract. I think that's the prepare phrase. And in the assigning an attack phrase is like because we have some regular movement from the cold wallet to the hot wallet for liquidity reasoning. Our signer is like do the regular signing, and but um, they saying like but the front end they have been seeing has been hacked, has been replaced. So they are seeing a regular transaction and that everything's right, but and at the back of this the malicious JavaScript file has been inject the malicious transaction into the hard wallet, make the signing happen. After that, a malicious transaction is on chain, and with that transaction, I think the Bybit's cold wallet smart contract has been upgraded with backdoor. After that, I think they can do everything and draw all the money from those address. That's how the attack happened. And so the third part is like we are tracing and phrasing to all the things, like we see the money has been go through the from the ATH to the BTC to the Tron, and we kind of tracing most of them, but some of them has been go dark, and we already successfully freeze like 52 million US dollars, and also like work very close with the whole industry and all the partners to say we have launched a website called laresbounty.com, and to collect all the intel and do the response and do everything we can do basically. I think that's how we get here. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, like on that Sunday, we saw the news and we quickly saw the response from Bybit team on the no matter on the streaming, on the announcement, and after the actions you guys take, right? So I think everybody has seen that and how you guys respond to that. And also from a cybersecurity perspective, so what do you think? What kind of like method or approach or say gaps like did the attacker exploit or utilize on?
So just as Alan said, the attack itself and the vector itself is a, a combination of multiple stages, right? Each one of the stages, there are security controls in place that the attackers manage to bypass. So from the first being the developer workstation compromised with a malware. So it's a Mac device, as we understand from the public statement. So just developing a malware for Mac devices is one thing that is not trivial. How it was compromised, we assume it's social engineering based on knowing this group. So this is another layer, and they have very sophisticated methods of social engineering. Then there is the entire AWS campaign and the JavaScript that was injected. So how can they have the understanding of what to inject to mask it perfectly to really not show anything, but then update the contract, and then all of the activity that was done on the blockchain itself, upgrading the contract, the smart contract, and the money laundering. So there is many stages here that the threat actors manage to bypass security controls that are in place.
Understand. Yeah, and especially this is, I think from attacking perspective, this has happened to the infrastructure that exchange is using, right? It's not towards the exchange team internally. So on that manners, maybe to Jonathan and Alan, what are the top maybe 2 or 3 lessons learned from this breach and for your maybe for your team and also to the ecosystem. Yeah.
I can break it up into a few parts. So if you look at the entire hacking process, there is a preparation stage. If you all picked up on everything that has happened from head to end, there are a lot of lessons that we have contributed to the industry. One of the defense measures that maybe not a lot of people have thought about is why are we not crawling the chain for contract updates? So if the contracts or the malicious contracts were published in advance, and most of these modus operandi, you require that because you don't have time to implement the contract upfront, you have to prepare it first. Then one of the effective deterrence and risk management measures that we can implement is to say, let's go crawl the chain and find out if any one of these addresses that we have already have a preceding contract that it relates to. And if the answer is yes, we probably need to know that, and we need to be aware that we might be the subject of an attack. The other measures that we probably need to think about is besides deterrent measures, you also have the post-mortem measures. After the hack, you have to deal with the aftermath. And within the aftermath, there are also a lot of control processes that, for example, a department like legal and compliance can get involved in. Number one is, of course, having what I think Niels had mentioned just now, which was quite inclusive, to have a formulative industry that works faster than law enforcement. We detect sometimes things faster than law enforcement. We may have legal basis faster than law enforcement. Law enforcement needs to investigate stuff. That takes time. We investigate stuff faster, and that takes lesser time. But every single time it stays in the threat actor's address, it's one lesser chance for us to recover. It doesn't just apply to hacks. It applies to everything, scams, big butchering cases. The longer the exposure in the time frame, the lesser your chance you have to recover it. So the idea is, what can we do to speed up essentially enforcement? So I think these are just the two portions that I'd contribute for now.
Yeah. And how about Alan? Like, how about your team?
Okay. From technical side, I guess the key lesson we have learned is like no single third party is like you can totally rely on it. I think that's the lesson we have learned. Yeah, because we are the one who facing the bad result, right? So we should take responsibility to lead the security architectural design work, everything. Probably, I mean, third party's product is kind of can be a really good, a really important component or something. but we should think from top to down. Um, but I think we didn't take that role before, so I think that's that's the key lesson we have learned, and we want to improve later. Yeah.
I do want to add something. Um, as blockchain companies, we are eventually going to rely on a lot of outsourcing. When you rely on outsourcing as an institution, it is very inevitable that you are going to rely on systems that you don't control. Um, we have relied, for example, on a custodian that has a third party front end, but you find these front ends in many different attack vectors. You can find it in Salesforce. You can find it in your marketing dashboard. So all of these front ends, they all have implications, and outsourcing review becomes a very, very critical component. I think if anything that the industry needs to take away from the lesson that we've learned is you have to check all your third-party outsourcing providers.
Yeah. So basically, if I were to summarize, it's about, first of all, Jonathan mentioned crawling all the smart contract status, and also to react quickly on the aftermath to work with the enforcement quickly. And also, both Alan and John mentioned, do not trust with like do not rely on a single information. Although we have to work with like third parties or external parties, and from for that, I also want to add on from Kobo's side, like what we did after this safe incident is that we come out an independent like analysis of like safe smart contract call. So basically, you have the safe UI, you have a Kobo UI, and for our clients and partners, probably independently did a third analysis. So you don't have to trust like any of that, right? As long as one of the three shows a different information, you know something goes wrong, right? So do not rely on a single source. It may become a single source of failure. Yeah. So and just want to add on with Jonathan, right? Just now you mentioned on the reinforcement. Is there? Can you share a little bit more on the experience you work with the enforcement party or regulators? Like, what are the most support you get from that? Yeah.
So when I started law enforcement, I started the Department of Law Enforcement in Bybit. And back then there was one real pressing challenge that I've first time seen in my life, which was getting basically the cooperation of other exchanges. I think it's just worth sharing to the audience because you may or may not be aware of this. But as a corporation, if a customer comes to you and say, "Well, why have you frozen my account?" And as an exchange, you don't have a legal basis, it then becomes very, very hard for the corporation to justify the actions that they're taking. They can subject themselves to liability. To get that legal basis, some investigation has to be done. And the strongest of this would be the cooperation of law enforcement agencies that say, well, actually, I've seen the evidence. They're right. You need to take actions because I, as a law enforcement agency, am telling you, please take action. And if you don't, you would basically be aiding and abetting an offense. So please do something about it. The problem is that for the first time ever, I truly know who my friends are. You can look around and you can say, yeah, who can help you quickly and who can't. But very fortunately, I think Bybit has a lot with other major players in the industry. We haven't seen a lot of problems and a lot of resistance. I can even vaguely recall at that time, it was Hong Kong consensus. No, that wasn't Hong Kong consensus, Bybit consensus. The entire industry got up, Binance got up, OKX, BitGet, everybody got up and say, well, what can we do to help? I think that really is the real alliance. The post-mortem is probably the most important aspect because it's not so much like, I think Dr. Wang mentioned like a good thing just now was it's not so much about the amount anymore. It's when you're going to get it. Someone else is going to get it eventually. And for a lot of the industry, I think maybe those who are very familiar with the blockchain, um, those who are familiar with the 51% consensus attack can also reframe it as a 51% consensus rollback. And for rollbacks to happen, the entire industry needs to come together and say, well, what was done was terrible. Well, we need to do something about it. And we all vote to make this go away. You in the blockchain have, or blockchain community have the power to do that. And if law enforcement and the community comes together to do that, even if hackers were to take advantage of, I don't know, maybe a 10 billion hack in the future, 100 billion hack in the future, if the community is decisive and they choose to fight against this, then really the hackers don't have much of an objective or a consensus anymore to try and attack if the whole community is going to just roll back everything.
Perfect. I really love the story you shared, John. It's about the. I think this is not only about Bybit on the incidents. It's about the whole industry, right? So the alliance you talk about that really shows the consensus or the resilience of the industry, right? So I want to go back to your on some other topics, like for them. With this ongoing challenge on wallet security or asset security on blockchain, right? So how do you think of those like infrastructure providers or like wallet infrastructure providers to help to mitigate this kind of challenge?
So in this specific case, it's a bit complex when we see the wallet provider role in the case and how it happened. But we see a lot of other crypto cases, and in other crypto cases, we see the wallet provider and the wallet infrastructure provider actually mitigating the risk significantly, managing to block the attack, not maybe not completely block the attack, but limit the number. So if an exchange is being hacked, but it's using an API to do the calls, then there might be rules in place to limit how much withdrawal can be done, and this will limit the amount of money stolen. And we see this is happening in many other cases. This specific attack vector in this specific case was leveraging the wallet provider, the wallet infrastructure provider, which was a very different story.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, people are talking about like, for example, there's always ongoing debate, right? Say, hey, I develop all this in-house, have my own wallet infrastructure, or I'm using a third-party providers, wallet providers, or like Safe a kind of solution. So how do you balance this, like Alan, from your tech stack perspective? Like, do you or say not say prefer in-house or third party, or how do you balance this kind of situation?
Yeah, I think for this issue, like you are talking about MPC or like hardware wallet,
Yeah.
it's all necessary technology, right? I think the problem is not one implementation or one product is good or is good or bad. The question is not that way. It's like again, it's like uh, as the owner, we should take the lead on the security issue, and we should pick and maybe design. Some of the component maybe we just directly use the third parties products. Some of them we should maybe implement by ourselves. That's everything is. I think it should be a choice, and the design should be have some security. Um, I mean, architecture behind this. And for us, it's like how we could do this better. It's like we should consider this one is like uh, 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 as a whole design is like we should uh, con constructure all of the components as a whole, and maybe do some consistency checking through the whole procedure. Like one component can check for another one, right? Something like this. Because right now it's like let's say Ledger is only in charge of the hardware wallet, right? And they don't need to bother like, oh, what behind after this transaction come out of the wallet, right? For Safe, it's like, we only charge of this MPC part, right? But anything happen MPCs or after that or before that, so no one is in currently no one is and I mean as owner to think about this issue. So I think that's part we should consider as a comprehensive and maybe multi-layer in-depth defense and consistency checking through the whole procedure, some risk control in data layer in the system layer, something like some integrity checking and everything. I think it's a whole package. we should do this like this way. Not, I mean, MPC maybe not also necessary or something. We should choose and make it as a useful component in our whole picture. Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, exactly, Alan. I think when people talk about like, hey, do I still gonna use safe or change to some other technologies, right? Like MPC, custodial hardware, so on and so on. You might heard all these words, right? But I think what Alan mentioned, I agree, is it's not only about that, right? It's about different process. There are cybersecurity layer you need to take care of. There are some operation layer, data layer you need to take care of. So look at it thoroughly. And when it comes to selection for wallet, it's really up to your appetite and on different use cases, right? So we are coming to the end of this session, but I think last question to everyone here, right? So through this incident, like what are the advice you want to give to the audiences or say to the ecosystem? I think especially to the smaller scale companies, how do they make sure their assets are safe? Maybe we can start from Jonathan again. Yeah.
Well, I'm clearly not the subject matter expert on the technology side, but there are a few learnings that we have at the end of this. I think blockchain technology has a great way to go. Smart contract configuration is the future. First technology that I see heavily underutilized if it's available in the protocol is the operating system of the blockchain. If the protocol allows for segregated witness technology, you probably should implement it. Segregated witness technology is where you have a specific node that would participate in the validation process and you control that node. If that node is not flipped on, no transaction is going through. Whitelisting. Certain addresses are allowed, and clearly a bunch of sanctioned addresses or related sanctioned addresses should not be allowed. In relation to whitelisting, I think there was a comment earlier that DEX could probably get worse. It could get better. In 2023, one of the designs that Bybit took in order to advance AML was essentially the implementation of what we call a gray wallet. When assets come into Bybit, the first thing that we do is we screen it. We don't just credit an account. We want to find out if these assets are good. And we look at it from two dimensions, KYA, know your address, and KYT, know your transactions. So you have some breadth and you have some height, and then now you need the depth. And for the depth to be effective, what DEXs can do is that they can program into the smart contract those whitelisting protocols, which says, I would require certain actions, for example, a screening against a list that I designate X destination to give me a response first before I agree to do your cross bridge. If I don't do that, I'm not going to do any processing. My call out there to the Web3 providers is you probably need to start doing this, because if you don't, you're going to build up a lot of illicit assets. And one day it's going to come back at you. So I think in terms of the wallet controls, smart contract has a lot of ways to go. There are, of course, plenty of offline control processes that my colleague can further discuss on. But largely outside that. And then the other part is, I think I truly agree with Niels. We really need to have strong communication exchange and a protocol whereby we all agree to take certain actions to help each other out in times of when there are illicit activities.
Yeah, I totally agree with Jonathan. It's like right now, because we are really doing this tracing and freezing, we know how difficult it is. I think for the advance, or what I really want to say is like, for a lot of entities or like exchanges or either Tether or like those kind freeze money, this is a very, I mean, they have a lot of choice. One should take the example, as Jonathan has mentioned, is if you have a blacklist, what you see some transaction on this blacklist has been getting. What did you do? You probably you have several choices. You just kick it off, right? Let it go. You come from where and go back. This is one choice. Another choice, like we keep it down, keep it freeze, right? We ask, okay, we have freeze some money and do something, right? So this little different can make these things fundamentally different. I think that's it's a very small thing, but it can really help the community. Because the things is like today is probably A got hacked, right? Yesterday is B. Last year were tomorrow is C, something like this, right? Eventually, we're gonna help each other. So why not start from now? And probably has more. I mean, a kind of association or like standard or something. I don't know, but I seriously think we need this. But otherwise, this is gonna happen again and again. Yeah. Thank you.
Collaboration should start from now, right? Yeah. And your, yeah.
So there is a lot of lessons to be learned here, from the technical aspect of specific protocols or specific systems, and also just understanding what is the risk and the severity of the risk. That I think not the entire industry is fully aware of who's on the other side, who are those attackers, and what sort of backing they have. But the really interesting thing for me, and I think this was said today, is that we need to learn not just when the case is the biggest heist or a really big entity, but we need to learn continuously from every incident and from the smallest incidents. As a lot of the lessons that we are learning now, when we look at the previous heists in the last 6 months or 1 year, we could see that we could already learn them from smaller incidents that just didn't make the headlines because they were not as big.
Yeah. Because if you look at this incident, this was apparently not the first time, right? In the past two years, it happened at least I think 4 times. I remember for the large incidents. Yeah. Okay. Great. I think we come to the end of the session. So may I ask for another round of applause for our greatest panelists, Jonathan, Alan from Bybit, and also you from Signia. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for all our speakers for the fireside chat, and let's give them a round of applause once more time. Thank you so much. And now is an amazing time for begin our first panel discussion session, starting with the topic with case studies in crypto crime. And may I please invite our moderator, Ms. Isabel Shi, CEO and co-founder of Bitrace. Also, our panel speakers, Ms. Bonnie Ang, Chief Inspector of CSTCB from Hong Kong Police Force. Mr. Samuel Loke, Head of Compliance of Hashkey Group, and Mr. Eugene Wong, Head of Risk and Compliance of Kobo. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Today, we are going to talk about Web3 crimes, and we are pleased to invite Bonnie, Samuel, and Eugene, representing different perspectives from law enforcement agencies, exchange, and also custodians, and me from the side of the security side. And to share our experiences and insights. So let's start with a quick introduction. Could you briefly introduce yourself, your background, and your experience with Web3?
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bonnie from Hong Kong Police Force. I'm currently leading crypto investigation teams in CSTCB.
Hello everyone, I'm Samuel. I'm the head of compliance for Hashkey Exchange. So I look after both the regulatory compliance and also the AML side.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Eugene from Kobo, and I'm the head of risk and compliance Kobo, overseeing the risk, AML, and regulatory compliance functions.
Okay, I'm Isabel. I'm from Bitrace. We are a Hong Kong-based red tech company. We help law enforcement, regulators, and also industrial players, providing them compliance solutions. Okay, so let's jump into the first question. My first question is for Bonnie. As we've collaborated in several crypto cases in Hong Kong, we I've seen a trend that there are more and more crimes, both the new ones and traditional ones, adopting cryptos. So, for example, like fraud, online gambling, hacking, drug trafficking, and also money laundering. So, as Hong Kong aim to be Asia's Web3 hub, more companies and talents are coming here. And from your perspective, what does the current landscape of Web3 related crime look like? Are there any relevant statistics you could share with us to help us better understand this situation?
So thank you, Isa. Since Hong Kong embraced Web3 and positioned itself as a global leader in crypto world, so we still see a lot of like innovation here. But at the same time, we do see it brings a lot of like real world risks. So in 2022 alone, in Hong Kong, we record more than 2,500 crypto related case, which the loss amount is quite big, is more than 3.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. And these are not just the numbers, actually reflect the local victim in Hong Kong, and also reflect how serious the criminal activity in crypto world. So at CSCB, we actually have our designated crypto investigation team, which we handle the related stock payments. So no matter which police station the victim walk in, if the case is about cryptos, actually all come to me and my team. And if we got the detailed transaction, we do the fund tracing, and when the fund land at VSP, we tell the VSP immediately to do the fund to freeze the fund. And in last year, we totally received more than 780 stock payment requests, and we successfully froze 133 million Hong Kong dollar worth of cryptos. And I think it couldn't be possible without the strong support from the industry. So I could like to take this chance to thank you, Hashki, who has been a very incredible partner with Hong Kong Police Force, very responsive in all the engagement. And could like to take this chance to thank you, Chase, who has been working with us very closely as the blockchain security leaders, who always share about the new thing about our tools and always share about the trend in crypto world. And this is the reason why we're going to launch VASA, which my boss said, in order to strengthen the collaborations.
Thank you, Bonnie. We also did some statistics from our side. We've also found like more and more Hong Kong OTCs, whether willing or not, they are engaged in transfer or launder the illicit funds. So from regulator and law enforcement side, I think a more proactive and then adaptive approach to prevent the crimes becoming more and more crucial. So let's move to the next topic. Like the just mentioned, the Bybit hack case increasingly caught the public's attention. I think Bybit did a great job in when facing this huge incident, but the case still raised broader like concerns about Web3 security. So from your perspectives, whether as law enforcement, exchange, and custodians, what are the best approaches to prevent and respond to large-scale incidents, especially involving user assets? So let's start from Eugene.
Yeah, maybe let me talk about the prevention perspective first. So if you're an institution holding lots of like declined asset, I think the first thing you need to take care about is the choice of the wallet solutions. So there's no one for all wallet solutions. Actually, some companies may use third-party custodian, or which is they do not need to care about the private key, so they can focus more on their own business. So while some others companies may use those MPC solutions such that they can like control part or most of the private key, and some may choose self-custody. But the technology itself is not the most important part, but the process on how we are going to govern process or independently verify the process is the most important. Like from what our friends from Bybit has shared during the last session, actually during the Bybit incident, no private key was compromised, no firewalls was broken, and the attack actually came from the manipulated user interface. So that's why that emphasize the importance of like adding an additional layer of the security measures to prevent a single point of failure. For example, in Kobo, we have a co-signer solutions for the safe users. So we our co-signer solution like as an additional verifier to pull status from the safe transaction database and then do the independent verifications by checking against the predefined rules and also the policies. And this actually is an additional layer to rely on to prevent a single point of failure. And for the like the detection purpose perspective, I think if unfortunately there are some like incident has been, I think the first thing the company needs to do is like to isolate the user access, isolate the user wallet, and they also need to like conduct another round of the checks about the recent approvals, and then see whether the loss can be confined to the minimum. And also, like the most important, they should immediately report the case to the law enforcement, because like without an proper request from the legal channel, other institution can hardly assist or share some confidential information with the affected party, because like due to the data privacy or the consumer privacy issue.
And from the Hashkey Exchange perspective, I think from Hashkey, we are quite, I would say, lucky to have, the regime in Hong Kong. The regime itself actually has already, got a lot of like best practice or thinking process built into such regulation already. For example, in the exchange, we have most focusing on the, two major things. One is the customer protection, the other one is the AML. So from the customer protection perspective, if we talk about the wallet, we are already in the regulation saying that, there's only 2% on the hot wallet and 98% on the cold wallet itself. So this already make a very distinct difference, to the world. If you are a customer, in a licensed exchange in Hong Kong, this is the setup for you. And for the hot wallet itself, is also fully covered by insurance as well. So I guess Hashkey is not as big as the others, but at least from the protection or from the regulation point of view, the customer are well protected. And previously, those speaker also mentioned about a lot of like operation practice and things like that. In the traditional one, which I came from more like a banking sector, the maker checker process is just a very standard. And as well as, for us, we also add up a third. For whenever we have, transfer the token from the cold wallet to the hot wallet, we always have at least three people, stand by in there to get approval. So it's a maker checker and the observer. And three roles actually also have their distinctive roles and responsibility. And also we're always saying that, what is the difference between a regulated exchange or non-regulated is, about regulation and the audit trail. So everything is like proper written as well. And also for the AML side, uh, Hashkey also, since we are beginning our exchange journey from Hong Kong, so for the AML, whatever token we receive must go through the pre-screening process, and whatever the coin go out or transfer to a wallet or to exchange, it must also go through a screening process as well. So for this also help to prevent, those, we mentioned about any sanctions, listed crypto or things like that. At least from beginning or to end, we also have monitoring as well. And one more very distinct um, which is quite debatable as well, within our firm, is the same name approach. So under the SFC or the traditional world or security, there is a same name transfer control in place. Why is this? It's just because of the business nature. So we imagine an exchange or the business is more from the growth of the customer's wealth. So the customer should have their own wallet transferred to their own exchange account. So based on this principle, so we have placed this control into our transfer as well. So all these things, coming together, we hope that, we are also trying what is the best customer experience, and also in balance of what we mentioned about the fraud case and as well as the customer experience.
So for the law enforcement perspective, actually the Bybit incident offers a few important lessons. First, when the hack occurred, this is very important to find out the point of intrusion immediately. So the faster we can find out the loophole, the better we can do the assessment whether the same loopholes actually exist in other platform. So it is not just about preventing, containing the damage from one case, but it's about like preventing the next. And the second lesson for us is the likelihood of recovering the stolen fund is heavily depends on how well and how close the law enforcement and the WSP work together. So when the hack occur, usually the stolen money flow through multiple wallets and even chains. So the window between when the fund hit the WSP and when the fund went off is particular short. So I guess like the collaboration between the law enforcement and the WASP is very important for this kind of crypto incident.
Yeah, thanks for your great opinions. And I totally agree with Bonnie that we need to call for a more efficient way to work with the law enforcement and industrial players. And I also want to add that we are also engaged in helping Bybit to investigate, monitor, and intercept their hacker funds. And as Bybit case is a very high profile one. I think most of the security companies, industrial players, they work together, but we still see that a large amount of Ethereum has been laundered and cashed out via some OTC addresses. So even the Bybit case is so challenging, let alone other cases. So we need to call for uh, closer collaboration between the law enforcement, the industrial players, and all the cross-border cooperation. Okay, so let's move to the next topic, the fraud, which I think is the most widespread crime affecting the industry. Many users, even the experienced ones, and also some companies, they lost their cryptos through phishing scams, investment fraud, and even big bartering schemes. Can you share any recent fraud cases you've encountered or handled? And what advice would you give users to better identify scams and protect their assets? Let's start with Bonnie.
So actually, we have observed some trend in crypto-related scam. The first thing that I could like to share here is about a case of romance and investment high com scam, which operated by local syndicate but targeting the victim overseas. So it's actually since 2022, Hong Kong Police Force has successfully raided two local scam centers, and they recruit local in Hong Kong to run the center, and they're using social media platform to try to build up the online romantic relationship with the victim overseas. And since the trust was built, they asked the victim to go onto the fake investment website and to convince them to stick their crypto into some malicious smart contracts. And upon our investigation, we find that there is like hidden backdoor of the smart contract that the syndicate can easily just web pre-order cryptos at any times. So from then, we see that the fund were actually launder cross change and swap into several tokens. And eventually, the crypto off-ramp through the local OTC and through the VSP under the name of the syndicate. And it is worth noting that the syndicate trying to, target the victim overseas. I guess they are trying to, complicate a prosecution case in Hong Kong, but actually Hong Kong Police Force is working with the overseas counterpart to identify the victims. This is the one of the trend that we could like to share. Second, recently we observed a rise in some security incident in crypto-related form in Hong Kong. In last format, we had received four separate cases about the crypto related firm. They got some incident, which is from a crypto credit card firm, an NFT trading platform, an exchange, and a chain developer. And unfortunately, they got compromised either about their wallets or their smart contract. And they reported they ran a server in Hong Kong or they have some share office in Hong Kong. And they collectively lost more than like 400 million Hong Kong dollar worth of crypto. But the good news is, for two of the case, we successfully identified the offender as the insider, which show the importance of internal control and auditing. And in other case, majority of the stolen crypto land on the VSP, and we successfully froze part of the stolen property. And I think the lesson those incidents provide give us like lesson two important point. The first one is the how it is very important that the law enforcement and the industry player that we should have a real-time communication on that kind of incident. And second, we actually see the growing need for being a more structured, intelligent mechanism, and that's why Hong Kong Police Force is going to launch VASA in the future very soon. SMU.
And yeah, I mean, Bonnie mentioned a really good point that the exchange and the police force always should work really close. So from day to day, we also encounter different demand from a customer. I also share. I wouldn't say funny, but it sounds when you hear it, um, it's something that we try to tell the customer not to, but that's what they if they this is what they want, and we could only remind them. So one day there's a lady come to our office trying to open an account, and then she very direct and honest to us saying that Elon Musk actually messaged me and asked me to give him some support on his project, whatever project that he's trying to do. Um, you know, after our sales colleagues, after she listened to this client, and of course, we as exchange service provider, we are happy to open an account with her, but also at the same time, we remind her again and again, this sounds like a scam. It's a typical scam. And also from our end, what we will also do, of course, we will also tell our risk team colleagues saying that, oh, please to keep an eye on this account. And so if the client saying that, oh, she's going to transfer a big amount of assets to a whatever account, first you need to ask her, is this your own wallet? As I mentioned, because we have the same name a control in place. So if she's going to transfer something to a unhost wallet, which is seems not belonging to her, this is already a syndication, and that we could also, telling one his team action time to do. From time to time, education also is really important. Is sometimes we always saying that we have to time to market, but this time is time to actions. To prevent loss for our client as well. And as well as Bonnie also mentioned about the second good point is alliance is really important. Now Hong Kong have like 10 crypto exchange, licensed crypto exchange. I think it would be great, we have formed kind of like an alliance to share information, share good practice, and whatever case or information that we have, then we could have like a forum to share, or so could speed up all the information and preventing crime as well.
Eugene?
Yeah. Thanks, Jen, for sharing the funny story. Like because like Kobo, we are institution facing, so we have less funny story to share. So maybe let me share something that we usually saw after a scam happens. So usually the main objective for the scammers is to obfuscate the fund flows and make tracing difficult. So usually after a scam, we kind of a common trick used by the scammer is the chain hopping. So usually the scammer may use different bridge to bridge the asset to the asset on our chains, and then further obfuscate the fund flows by using different like decentralized protocols and mixers. So from a recent scam case, so by us the scammer actually started a phishing scam, and after that, and the scammer actually used the layer zero bridge to bridge the asset from the ETH to the other asset on the other chains, and then they further obfuscate fund flow by using different decentralized protocols like the Railgun and also like the Cow protocol. So after this decentralized protocol, the fund flow is even harder to trace. And actually, this fund flow is already a more simplified version that is more understandable. So I believe in the real cases, then the fund flow are usually much more sophisticated and hard to chase. So therefore, of course, and for now there are lots of blockchain analytics tools for us to use like Bridge is very helpful in detecting the suspicious transaction. So but the key is also for the end user, like what was the mayor said, we need to educate the users, and the users should pay more attention to prevent the scam by themselves. So for example, for phishing games, they need to make sure that they don't click on any links or attachment from some unknown source, or like before they entering into their confidential information like their account ID or account password, they need to make sure like the website has the real authenticity, and also like they need to also make sure their like own accounts has a multi-factor authentication to better protect themselves. Yeah.
Okay, so at the end of this panel, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the upcoming challenges in fighting the crimes. What key issues do you foresee in the near future, and how should the industry prepare? I think you can briefly summarize in one or two sentences. Bonnie.
Um, I always telling my boss, the biggest challenge for me is to keep up with, the technologies and the innovation in Web3 world. So I definitely more time and space for study. Mm.
I think I have the similar, but since we are a service provider to our clients, so I would say whatever service we provide, we must have a set of control in place. So we cannot say that we place or offer something new to a client without proper control at the back. And because this is something as a service provider, should be responsible to our client safety as well. And education also is a very key, because if the client doesn't know, this is the trend or this is something that they should be aware, then whatever after action, whatever we do is a little bit too late because we are playing catch up. So prevention is important. And lastly, alliance and share information is always the key for success.
Yeah, for the challenge, I think the key challenge in the future will be like the evolution of crimes because of the development of AI. So for some of the paper trading scam, the scam revenue was increased by 40% in last year because mostly contributed by the development of AI. So the scammers can now like automate the scam process by using like the ChatGPT and so on to build up the relationship with the victims. So that's why I would say while the criminal themselves they are enhancing. So as us like the second half defense or the law enforcement, we also need to catch up with the new technology to better protect ourselves, also protect our clients.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie, Samuel, and Eugene for sharing us very valuable insight today. And that's all for our today's discussion. And let's stay connected and keep working together to make the Web3 safer for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all our honorable panel speakers. And for next, we'll have the next panel with title Protecting Your Digital Assets of Individuals and Institutions. May I please invite our moderator of this panel, Ms. Rachel Lee, Director of Web3 and FinTech Development of Cyberport, as well as also our panelist, Professor Binghao Zhou, Director of the Law and FinTech Institute of the China University of Political Science and Law, Mr. Eugene Chang, Chief Commercial Officer of OSL, and Mr. Rex Zhang, COO of One Infinity. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Digital asset adoption is gaining momentum globally. And for those of you who hold digital asset, which I guess quite a majority here of the audience, and safety is definitely key with the increasing security threats and also important for more institutional adoption. So for this panel, we are honored to have Professor Zhou, who is a global renowned expert in commercial law, financial technology, and digital law, and Eugene, who is Chief Commercial Officer at OSL, the Hong Kong licensed virtual asset trading platform, and also one of the first as well. Rex, who is COO of One Infinity, the first licensed insurance company in Asia to offer virtual asset insurance back in 2021, and now also like have operation globally. So yeah, let's welcome our speakers. For the first part, we'd like to ask our speakers, what are the biggest security threats facing virtual asset holders today? Can we have Professor Zhou to share your view first? Thank
Okay.
you.
For sure. Okay. So I think we already share a lot of scary stories today, right? So from the exchanges, from the like the Sam from Hashkey. So I guess the first thing I want to mention is the like probably the most significant risk is the attack, cyber attack, and hacks around the centralized exchange. Like I think the most recent one is yesterday. There is another attack against the another centralized exchange platform called UPCX. They suspended their service immediately. So I think the CEX, they are quite vulnerable, especially for the sophisticated hackers nowadays. The second thing is, as Sam from Hashkey just shared, there are a lot of fraudulent investment vehicles around us, and there's some reg pools, those kind of things. This pose another wave of threats to our crypto investors. The third thing is most of people sometimes ignore. I think it's legal uncertainty and regulatory risks. So we come from China mainland. We know how to the comprehensive bank, how they affect the asset security. Yeah. So that's my 2 cents.
So yeah, because I think there's a lot of red like I think audience been heard many times. I think in my opinion, I just feel like first because the blockchain is a very powerful tool, right? It just like all the power tools, it has a certain benefit, but if you misuse and also there's a risk. I think in general because blockchain is a it's very easy to use, right? There's no like a centralized authorities just tell you like those transaction can be fought, and then they can unwind the transactions. And I think in general, it really is like because of myself, right? I also been a victim because of being freezing, right? Just the people pay for the top app on the top, the Google, and then I click it. I don't know it's connected to my wallet. I heard my friends who actually just like I don't know why he want to do it. He just pay around the phone and then just type the password. People saw it, and then he got drunk, and the next day he lost 1 million. I think just like and you heard story, and of course there's also engineering, right? It's like people will try to pretend your boss, pretend you're real customers, and ask you moving them around. I guess it's just in general, right? You have to be very very careful because the blockchain people just gonna misuse the blockchain technology, try to steal the fortune from you.
Thank you. So first of all, really nice to meet you all, and really an honor to share a stage with Professor Zhao and also Eugene. So we are an insurance company, and we like to look at things through statistics, right? So we categorize like the most important threats or type of incident recently. There are two types. The first one, like Professor Zhao just mentioned, the centralized exchange fraud and hacks, right? In the first 3 months this year, there's over 1.6 billion of funds hacked or siphoned through fraud in centralized exchange. No one is so surprised because of the Bybit incident. But what really happened is since 2017, every year, this industry is losing in average over 1 billion USD to hackers, to fraudsters. The number one factor is exit scams by exchange owners. And number two is third-party hackers. Okay, some of you like to call them North Koreans, right? So this is the first big category I want to mention. The second key category is actually phishing and also scam targeting individual users of exchange and wallets. So in the past few months, Coinbase user, they're losing in total over 100 million of crypto to scammers who social engineering them and then get their login credentials. So this is another key threat I really want to highlight today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for the sharing. And also, like, just want to follow a bit. Like, so what role does regulation play in enhancing or complicating digital asset security? May we start with Eugene? Thank you.
Um, yeah. So I mean, I like the way you asked the question, enhancing and complicating the whole. I mean, in general, I just want to is basically share what I know. So we are the license exchanges in Hong Kong, the first one. So we got our VAPT license. So within the VATP license, we actually had a custodians function, right? So that's actually like we do have this trust license, the trust license, but on top of the trust license that like a lot of people have, we also have to meet the requirement from the SFC in order for us to get a VATP license and then provide the custodian business to the clients. And then with the license, especially for the cybersecurity part, it definitely is a requirement. Mention the AML, and also because in order to fulfill the requirement, we only can provide the HSM. So we actually not allowed to provide warm wallet, hot wallet, MPC. And of course, there's a monthly audit, basically, and then all report any suspicious issues to the regulator right away. And I mean, in order than that, we also, because we're this company, we also have to meet the requirement from our auditor. So we have like PwC as our auditors, right? So I think that actually really put the assets in a safe place because there's the numbers of measures, and then of course your wallet is actually under HSM, right? It's not really too easy to move the your asset, without just a lot of like checking points. There's a lot of auditing. Yeah.
Thank you. How about Rex?
Definitely, Eugene mentioned a very good point. Very interesting question. But from an insurance standpoint, of course, regulations definitely help enhancing the security. I just shared with Eugene outside this venue when we had the coffee. In Hong Kong, for example, for all the licensed applicants that come to us for insurance, we need to do underwriting. We need to review all the procedures, policies, need to do on-site inspection. We are like another third-party assessor in addition to what Eugene just shared. The passing rate here is roughly 90%. Like 90% of the applicant can actually get insurance from us. But if you go outside of Hong Kong, actually the passing rate would be like 1 in 8 or 9. Those such jurisdictions may be without very stringent regulation, without so many third-party assessors, so many processes. But that also means that outside there, there's a huge gap in terms of operation security, in terms of tax security.
Right, thank you. Thank you so much. And we talk quite a lot about the local side. So would like to also ask Professor Zhou. So how do mainland regulators view virtual asset activities? And also, what are their key concerns? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, this is the situation in China mainland is very confusing and very complicated. I mean, specifically for the unlike U.S. and Hong Kong, the Chinese regulators, specifically PBOC, People's Bank of China, luckily enough, our section is in English. Okay, so they treat the cryptocurrency, unregulated cryptocurrency, as a potential threat to the financial stability, money sovereignty, and capital control mechanism. So that's what on the one hand. On the other hand, the Chinese judicial system, they have to deal with a lot of complicated and challenging issues related crypto related cases every day, both on the criminal side, also on the civil side. So at the legal level, there's another contradiction. If there are any criminal cases, the crypto will be regarded according to the, I think, Article 64 of the Criminal Code will be regarded as true property with true value. But if you have a civil case, most likely the civil court will not recognize your property rights. So that means, like on the one hand, the criminal judge will enforce the law and acknowledge the value of the crypto assets. But on the other hand, if you have a civil case, the judge will decline to protect your property rights. So, but actually, the Supreme People's Court launched a very important project this year. So it's public information; it's not confidential. So that project called Key Judicial Research on the Disposal of Cryptocurrencies in Legal Cases. So the Ministry of Public Security, the Supreme People's Court, Supreme People's Procuratorate are involved in this project actively. I serve on as part on this project as well. So question remains whether the Chinese regulator will change their policy on cryptos in the foreseeable future. I'm not allowed to talk too much on this point, but I'm cautiously optimistic on that front. Hopefully, a meaningful reform will be in place sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the insight, Professor. And yeah, so coming to the next, what steps should retail investors take to protect their digital asset from hacks and frauds? And in particular, should retail investors rely more on self-custodial solutions, or is it safer to use regulatory compliant custodians? May we start from Rex? Thank you.
Sure. This is a very great question. It's a question relevant to myself as well, as I'm quite heavy crypto user. And I remember Lucas mentioned a great thing, Lucas from Kobo, saying that it depends on use case, right? So I think it depends on persona. If you think you are a crypto native, you have a lot of on-chain activities, you participate in a lot of DeFi, definitely you go with self-custodial solution. You need that convenience, right? But then the suggestion I would have is definitely diversify. Don't just use one wallet to interact. You should have a burner wallet if you want to go participate in like an airdrop campaign or DeFi. You have another wallet that is for staking. And then if you have a huge pile of crypto, you want to do self-custodial, go with hardware wallet. You should have this kind of mindset, diversify risk, use different kind of technology to help you secure your crypto. For people like me, I have like a day job, 9 to 5. I don't have time, need enough time to keep up with everyday evolution of crypto technology. I just want to wait in Bitcoin, right? Every once in a quarter. Then definitely I would choose like a regulated custodian like OSL or Hashkey. It's much easier to rely on these professionals to help me secure my crypto.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. How about Eugene?
I'm definitely gonna have a bias based on my positions. I will definitely go ahead with the regulator license custodian.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. I feel like, I mean, one more thing I want to add is because especially you see more and more institutions they are coming into this space, and because they have these fiduciary duties, that's why it's going to be a requirement that they have to first they have to use a third party custodian, right? So basically like they want to separate the risk from the centralized exchanges versus the custodian. Another thing is like they a lot of them will be required to use a regulated licensed custodian. Just I mean that's become a requirement, especially when you try to manage other people's money.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And how can institutional players adopt self-custodial solutions or regulatory compliant custodians? For example, through regulated exchange. I think Eugene, you just shared a little bit already, but maybe a little bit of elaboration on that part. Thank you.
I mean, so how they gonna select us? What you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. So what would be the criteria or yeah?
Oh, so I mean, in general, especially when an institution try to onboard exchanges, right? There's a so of course, we will do our KYB, basically we're gonna ask a lot of informations. At the same time, when especially when an institution try to onboard either a custodians or exchanges, they're gonna do a lot of due diligence as well. So I mean, that's one thing to become very important, especially, you know, compared to my previous job versus my current job, because a lot of time, like previous job, a lot of people will ask you for financial statement, right? And then there's not many exchanges, especially crypto native exchange, they can provide to audited financial statement, right? That's something like regular exchange like us or HK, I'm able to provide and especially like in the auditing report, and sometimes like they want to look at the UBO, the etc. So those information that we're actually able to provide to the institution to fulfill their requirement. Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you so much. And I remember that Rex also like looked quite deeply into like custodian incidents on the international side. So yeah, as Eugene mentioned, in Hong Kong, like the standard is quite high, but how about internationally? Like any sharing on that front? Thank you.
Yes, Hong Kong would be the easiest case because we can place trust not only on the centralized platform, you place trust in the regulator, you place trust in the third-party assessors, you place trust in the insurance provider, right? So we all look and assess them, and they're really safe, secured. Uh, Outside Hong Kong, things are tricky. Like I said, the top loss cause of a centralized incident is actually exit scam. It's not North Koreans. Basically, exchange owner just take away all the client's crypto and run away, disappear, right? This is still happening till today. There are jurisdictions like Hong Kong Middle East with much more structured licensing regime that's better. But outside of that, there's still a lot of unknown. So it's very important if you're an institution, you're choosing like a custodian or exchange to put your asset, you need to look at where they get a license, right? Is it Hong Kong? Is it Malta? Is it Middle East VARA under ADGM? It make difference.
Thank you so much. I want to follow a little bit with Rex. So for virtual asset insurance, could you share a little bit more about how it works and what sort of risk it covers and what sort of risk it doesn't cover, I guess, more importantly. And how does it help to promote healthy growth of the virtual asset ecosystem? Thank you.
Definitely. So uh, we offer the flagship product we offer to the industry is like a wallet insurance, or some people call it custodial insurance, or Eugene may know it as species and crime insurance. This insurance it has several core coverage. First of all, it covers the centralized platforms hardware wallets against any physical damage that result in them losing access to client's crypto. Secondly, internal frauds. If any employees collaborate with each other and steal the crypto of the client and go away, this is covered. Third coverage, external hacks, basically external cybersecurity hacks that steal the crypto from the exchange, that is covered. Okay. That you mentioned, insurance always come with exclusions. So one key exclusion I want to mention today is actually we have this client account takeover exclusion. What does it mean? If you are a Coinbase user, you get social engineered, you lose your credential to a third party, a hacker, and they use your credential to log into your account and withdraw all your crypto. This is not covered under this exchange insurance. Okay, and Coinbase won't compensate you because it's not their liability to secure your login credential. And for insurance, it's very difficult to cover this kind of risk because we cannot assess whether it's a fraud, right, or it's really external hacks. That would be a key exclusion that I want to highlight today because I just mentioned phishing and scam is one of the top loss codes recently.
Thank you so much. That's very worth to note, everyone. And also, in the context of crypto security threats and associated crimes, what are the responses from law enforcement agencies and regulators around the world, including mainland China? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this question. So, I think when we talk about crypto, we hear a lot of fancy terminologies, wordings. So, I think crypto itself should be very safe, right? But the way you handle it is not that safe and a lot of challenges. The second thing I want to contribute is I know we have a lot of law enforcement officers here. So, but I know you guys are catching up, but the reality is the hackers and the wrongdoers, the criminals, they're always a couple of few steps ahead of you guys. So that's the reality. And I want to contribute one case. So when we mentioned the global enforcement trends is a case from 2023 from United States. So the case is Bizzolato. So this is a very arbitrary kind of judicial practice called law jurisdiction. So Bizzolato is a centralized exchange platform. So they claim they never have U.S. customers, and but the U.S. DOJ identified they have a lot of connections to U.S. and they use the U.S. The sales representative even persuade the customers to transfer money from U.S. financial institutions, and the owner of the platform actually is a Russian national residing in Shenzhen, just across river. But eventually, the FBI arrested this guy in Miami. So because FBI believe they breached the AML rules regulations in the states. So I still remember there's one comment from the deputy attorney general when she commented this case. She said that no matter who you are, if you break the U.S. law from China or Europe, if you abuse U.S. Financial system from a tropical island, you can expect an answer from U.S. courtroom. So that's a very aggressive approach. As for China, I think the Chinese police officers, especially the Ministry of Political, the Public Security, take a very active actions against the crypto-related crimes. So last year we co-authored a report with crypto investigation firm. So it's report called Analysis of Virtual Currency Crime Trends in Mainland China. So I want to share a couple of numbers with our audience. The report said at the end of December 2024, the company has assisted Chinese law enforcement authority in handling a total 2,250 cases involving cryptos, a figure consistent with previous year. The cumulative annual scale of NSS crypto amounted to approximately 836 billion RMB. So that's a big number, I guess. So I think yeah. All in all, I think that at the end of the day, the global regulators and the law enforcement should work together, make sure there's a sustainable future for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much for our panel speakers. So, the last question, what would be your top recommendation? One for individuals and one for like business institutions looking to safeguard their virtual assets in 2025 and beyond. May we start from Eugene? Thank you.
Um, So I guess my recommendation would be the same. So basically, the rule number one, basically apply for everything in crypto related. Do your own research, right? So, but of course, like safeguard your wallet is not a simple research because there's a different kind of way. There's a social engineering. You have to read the smart code. You have to do. There's a lot of research you have to done before maybe potentially 100% safe. So if you don't want to do research, then you can consider using a regular license exchange like us, right? But of course, you have to pay for some fees, but the fees you pay is actually can you can like you can sleep at night, right? I mean, the one thing I want to mention, like, okay, we do have insurance coverage, right? We probably have the biggest insurance coverage in the world, like we have 1 billion insurance coverage. The reason about insurance coverage is not really only about, okay, if you lost your coin, you can lose your money, then you can insurance will pay you back. It's actually, in order for me to get this insurance coverage, there's a lot of requirement I need to make, right? I believe that in the earlier panel, there's like a prevention people mentioned about. So it's actually the auto insurance requirement when it makes kind of make our wallet is considered quite safe in for different kind of attack. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, so I think I will go back to one key thing, social engineering. Please do remember to cross-validate any request of information, especially if it's with regarding to account info, personal info, corporate info. For example, if one day you see someone with Eugene's profile send you a WhatsApp message or SMS, please cross-validate it by calling him, okay, and say, okay, did you send me this message? Because actually a lot of this social engineering, it come from centralized exchange, pretend to be some operator within, and then try to scam users' money.
I think don't just call, maybe video call. This day AI can do a lot of things.
Yeah, for sure. How about Professor Zhao?
Yeah, I probably want to contribute one neutral one, two practical suggestions. Neutral one is there's one phase called not your key, not your coin. It's always encourage people withdraw their money from the centralized exchange platform. So I want to use this phrase to probably I'm also a crypto investor and a customer. So I recommend suggest our customers to withdraw your probably keep your assets in the self custody sorry, okay, wallet or like platform. The second practical solution suggestion is if you unfortunately became a victim of fraud, crypto fraud, hiring a right attorney who can speak both legal and crypto language and set the message to the law enforcement authorities immediately. So the third thing, like we have attorney, yeah. So from Junhe immediately, yes. So the third suggestion is to the regulators around the world, including our Chinese friends, to be or not to be. That is the question.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists. Please give them a round of applause. Mm.
Once again, thank you so much for all our panel speakers for the second panel discussion. And now is moving on to our final panel discussion of today, titled with AML challenges and the way forward for Web 3.0. May I please invite our moderator, Mr. Syed Mushir Ahmed, founder and managing director of FinStep Asia, along with our panelists, Ms. Jessica Chua, VP of Growth of APAC of Crystal Intelligence, Ms. Jacqueline Chow, partner of Jinhe LLC, and Mr. Adam Dai, head of Hong Kong of Safe Heron. Let's give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to Cyberport for having us. Last panel of the day, keeping you from networking and a beautiful sunset today. However, I think it's also a topic that a lot of you are keen to understand in terms of what's happening in the industry and what can be done when it comes to the way forward for Web3 when dealing with AML and other issues. I have a very distinguished panel with me. We'll start off with brief introductions of everyone and then dive in. My name is Mushir Ahmed. I'm the founder and MD of FinStep Asia. FinStep Asia is a regulatory and business advisory firm focused on fintech and Web3. My background lies in having been the co-founder of the Fintech Association of Hong Kong 9 years ago, while also having been a regulator with the Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority in Dubai 2 years ago. I'll start with Jessica. You want to introduce yourself, please?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm not from Hong Kong. In fact, I'm from KL. So I'm very honored to be invited here today. And I'm in the blockchain analytics business for about 4 years. Prior to that, I came from bank. So for the AML topic, it stays really close to my heart. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jacqueline and I'm based in Hong Kong. I'm a partner at Junhe Law Firm's Hong Kong office and we've been specialized in crypto asset in the past 4 years.
Everyone, I'm at Safe Haven. Hello, Kong at Safe Haven. Safe Haven provides institutional-grade MPC self-custody solutions, and since 2021, we have secured transferred over 600 billion in digital asset transfer. So we have a lot of experience, and our focus is on security, compliance, and ensuring institutions can securely operate in the Web3 landscape.
Thank you. And you can see a very experienced panel here. In the last 15 years, quite often you had crypto gaining a bad reputation where people would say that it's used for illicit transfers. Anybody who's like quite a few people, regulators, government officials would say, look at what happened with Mt. Gox, Silk Route, Bitcoin was the conduit, a lot of AML. Is this reputation still valid, or have things changed? And how do you feel these things have changed? Just going to start
Okay.
with your view on this.
I'll take it. Ladies first. So, yes, I think when I first moved from the banking career to the crypto career, maybe about 5, 6 years ago, my neighbors and my mom was like, they were quite questionable about my development in my career. So fast forward about here, 5, 6, 7 years, it's still a taboo because every time when you look into newspapers or even like LinkedIn news, in the bank, you don't have a Bybit hack for 1.4 billion happen this often. Last year was Vixeria X, it's about 240 million being hacked. So people lost a lot of confidence about where is the integrity and where is the security. That's why we have all the technologies like maybe Safe Haven to actually help to safeguard financial safety in that sense. But yes, people still have the taboo about cryptocurrency just because they don't understand how really blockchain work. But my biggest take is that, in fact, cryptocurrency is anti-money laundering. When I say this, everyone wants to argue with me. I will keep it here first. I'll pass it to Jacqueline. Later, we'll revisit this topic.
Sure,
Okay.
I'm going to come back to you on that.
Thank
Jacqueline?
you.
Yeah.
I think the DeFi ecosystem is quite vulnerable to the illicit activities. The fact that people can execute the trades and conduct the trades off chain make it hard for the regulators to trace the illicit fund. And secondly, the fact that the payment system is decentralized make it hard for us to enforce the AML rules. So the regulators really need to balance in one way to promote innovation and the other way to protect investors and to enforce more on the fight more against the illicit activities. And the central concern of the DeFi system is the lack of level of accountability and responsibility. So for example, in the traditional banking system, we can rely on the banks and financial institutions as the intermediaries to do the relevant reporting and disclosure. However, in Web3, the regulators really need to think about who are the ones who should be ultimately responsible to make the disclosure, and also what type of technologies that is required to implement the regulatory requirements. And in terms of the centralized exchange, I would say it's better in the past 3 to 5 years. We see more and more jurisdictions where the countries are implementing the travel rules or AML regulations, and there is VASP, Virtual Asset Service Provider regulatory regime, and the relevant compliance officers are required to have their AML rules and to check the identity of the relevant users, etc. So we do hope like the exchanges will hire more and more compliance officers and pay more attention to these areas, and we all fight against the illicit transactions together.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. I would totally agree with you. And in the when we talk about money laundering, like crypto definitely has a better reputation, right? Because there is a anonymous transaction, and nobody can know who sent or who received the money. And but we have already have a lot of changes in the past few years. The regulator, the government has already enforced some regulatory to make sure, like the travel rule just mentioned, and we can make sure the crypto is no longer a wild west. People have a lot of security and security awareness, and the government already conduct a lot of laws to protect users' digital assets. So I think we have definitely a better future, like make crypto more transparent and borderless financial system.
Thanks, Adam. Just to summarize, I think 3 key elements here. One being over the last 10 years, you've seen Bitcoin or other virtual assets used for illicit activities because of the internet. It's accessible globally, and there is a value which others are willing to pay for it. So there is an acceptance, and there is that ability to go cross border, which you could say is similar to what happened with the USD, which probably happens to be the largest currency in use for illicit activities as well, right? The small portion of currencies, that's number one. Number two, what's changed is you now have regulatory regimes in place, including in Hong Kong, as our panelists have mentioned, and those come with compliance requirements, right? Which then means customer onboarding, KYC, etc., which would then lead to, at least with centralized exchanges, more traceability and ability to track transactions. And number three is the institutionalization of Bitcoin means a lot of operators need to clean up their act if they want to attract bigger buy side funds and be able to see an increase in value of the underlying asset. Building on this, and we've already had two of you talk about the travel rule broadly speaking. Adam, I'll start with you and then I'll come back to Jessica. The travel rule for many people mimics what Swift has when you're doing a banking transaction, right? How are you seeing that evolution? Is it gaining traction? And specifically in Hong Kong with the VASP license as well, what are the key things you are seeing with the implementation of travel rule locally? Adam?
Yeah. I think the travel rule now, like the government has in Hong Kong, as far as I know, they have make sure the transaction over 8,000 HKD need to have the travel rule, and the VSPs, which has service providers, need to collect and share the information to the government. And actually, it's very necessary because before this, the transaction is totally anonymous and it's very like a dreamscape for money laundering. And this travel rule is now already on board by like Swiss, Switzerland, Singapore, and Europe. So we already have these countries like to enforce the travel rule, but we still have a lot of countries that still have figured this thing out. Like so that the hackers can still get the weakness link and exploit it. And I think there is still a lot of challenge there. And also we have the decentralized platform. We cannot even to do this travel rule with the decentralized platform like swap, like recently the OKX swap got banned by Europe. All these things happen, and so we still need to have more methods to control the transaction. Yeah.
Jacqueline, your views on this?
Travel rule was actually introduced by FATF a few years ago. They expand their scope to include a virtual asset to better control the risk associated with the virtual asset. And Hong Kong has been very active in engaging the travel rules in its legislation. And right now, for the VATP exchanges, they are required to collect and verify the relevant information of the originator and the ultimate beneficiary of the transfer of the virtual asset when they are doing the relevant business. And in addition to Hong Kong, there are also quite a few countries which have applied the travel rules. But the number of the countries shall be increased more in the future. And also, I agree with Adam that we're looking forward to see more consistency across different platforms to apply the travel rules globally.
The comparison you can have to the travel rule, and it's a swift bank transfer, there's going to be a lot more involvement, while if you're going to do a peer-to-peer transfer using a fintech app, it's not the same. That's where the decentralized exchanges happen. But the key other element to notice is it's a technical requirement as well, right, which can go against the grain of decentralization when it comes to blockchain transfers. So adding that content, adding that material takes away the pseudo-anonymity of cryptos like Bitcoin. So what you do see that there was a big pushback from exchanges. However, centralized exchanges are probably the best to execute it, given a lot of their business models are based on omnibus wallets versus using individual wallets. So they've already done the KYC. It's about adding a message on top. So a key element besides the regulations is also the technical story around the travel rule. Now, Adam and Jessica, I'll start with you. We've heard about RegTech, SoupTech. When you look at the Aspire roadmap and you see Eric talking about the different elements that the SFC is looking for, regulatory technology and supervisory technology are one of the key focuses for Hong Kong. The HKMA previously has run a lot of initiatives and programs around regulatory technology and supervisory technology. Crypto probably is in a more nascent world, right? There's a lot more development still pending when it comes to both regulatory technology and soup tech. But what are the progresses we've seen, and which are the areas where you're seeing most traction, and how are companies like yours supporting that?
So, of course, the subtech, ragtech thing, I was in the GCFFC yesterday in the HKMA. I talked to a lot of the HKMA regulator. At the moment, it's very prone to this risk-based approach that where you see that risk is a little bit higher or heightened, you put resources and energy in analyzing that. From my perspective, coming from transaction monitoring or the blockchain analytics world, I think the AI component is very important. So why I say so is that I have government customers, mainly the police, and when we do tracing activities with them, the EVM tracing, the 0x starting on the front, they have the tendency of adding wallet addresses through like say 50 hops. That's manual. And often they will come and ask me or the trainer back is that, Jess, I don't understand the hop number 1 to the hop number 15. And if you know how Bybit hack was moving money around, it's so fast, it's so many smaller transactions. If you keep on using a manual way, the result will be quite highly inaccurate. That's where the AI component will come in here, will help you to do the multipath. You as a user is supposed to make decisions and not to keep manually adding. I feel like the blockchain analytics investigator are also going to up the game, because sometimes the hackers are not real person. They are using a piece of code and engines to do hacking. So I think AI component should be adding, but at what kind of elements, it depends on how the defense mechanism, the AML and the policy person is making within the company.
And then you're talking about mixing two technologies with AI and blockchain at the same time, right?
And the Tor chain and everything comes in. So the AI component must have to be detecting the anomalies. Yeah.
Adam, how are you guys deploying?
Yeah, I totally agree with Jessica's. Well, AI is definitely a must-be of for solve this puzzle. Like because in the Web3 industry, the system we already have, we cannot like analyze the transaction in the real time, and we can just react to the criminal. We cannot be proactive. So AI can help us to like analyze the transaction in real time and monitor the multi-chain transfers and to or even predict the risks before it even happen. And also, I think we still need something Web3 native things like DID, like decentralized identification, and ZKPs, like zero knowledge proofs. These things can help our users to do KYC in the Web3 native exchanges or swaps or applications because it's very hard to balance compliance with privacy. So our users need it. Like the ZKB can allow users to improve them. They already passed KYC, like but without imposing their privacy data. And well, the idea can help the users to uh, control their own identity without relying on a centralized database. So it definitely can help us to build a more efficient way to KYC our users and make it compliant. Yeah.
And we are seeing the rise of the AI agents, right? And that kind of takes away the huge amount of manual effort that's required, as Jessica mentioned, but also allows for pattern recognitions because they can churn in so much data and can go cross-chain. Another element for you to consider when we're thinking about RegTech and SoupTech is a lot of times people are applying models that are being used for traditional finance in banking and payments and trying to say, hey, we can do the same on crypto, but these business models can be very varied and very different. And hence, you do need native blockchain or Web3 tools like decentralized ID. The flip of that is the tools that are being used in decentralized ID and other elements can probably be applied for traditional finance and making that process more efficient. Also overcoming challenges like if we talk about CBDCs or privacy concerns, right to forget, which exist in Europe, using decentralized ID, you're only exposing what needs to be done. So think of it like bank tokenization that happens or is taking place in a few countries. Coming to the discussion in terms of, we've spoken about centralized exchanges, we've spoken about more traditional models. And one of the bigger things that did happen with the recent hacks, not just with Bybit, but a very standard modus operandi is you hack the centralized exchange, transfer it into a fund, into a wallet, another wallet, and then use decentralized exchanges to kind of wash it. Also using tools like Tornado Cash for mixing these and essentially trying to lose the trace, right? So, how are you seeing regulations impacting these, or how can companies or regulators focus on controlling this risk, which tends to be outside the centralized and more traditional ecosystem?
Yeah, I think I'll start as a base first, and my panelists can add on. So yesterday in the GCFCC convention, one of the police head, which is Keith Yip, he mentioned that the PPP is more important than ever. The public-private sector partnership is important. And of course, he mentioned that it's data-driven, it's a data world. So regulation, as you correctly mentioned, we were using a lot of Web 2.0, trying to hard force putting into the Web 3.0. Therefore, you have something like travel rule. Operationally, is a little bit questionable. But when we come into the PPP, I do think that the public sectors can be the police, and from the police report, from the regulators, which is the STRs, coming to data analytics and safe haven, we provide the know-how and how we do things in the new typology that is emerging. The non-profit centers who is dealing with scam victims, those are pieces of information should be shared um, equally. I feel like at the moment is the lack of information, therefore the regulation is as such. If you really collect data and every piece of information, you rethink about how to craft that policy, I think it will be quite different from what we've seen even from the FATF level. I'll stop here. Maybe you want to continue?
Okay, I'll talk a bit more about the lawmaking on DeFi.
Sure, please.
It's recommended to adopt the risk-based approach. That means the regulators should really look into what is the ultimate risk in relation to different sectors of the DeFi. So they need to differentiate between different DeFi protocols or different financial products, different programs, etc., and to assess what is the ultimate risk for each of them, and to see what is the potential threat of each of them in the future. So it is better to set a priority. They need to prioritize the ones which are ultimately more risky or more likely to become the material risky part, and then apply the regulatory mechanism on that. So there are different mechanisms, including reporting, disclosure, licensing regime, or product authorization, etc. Sorry.
Okay.
So they need to really think about who is the one who should be ultimately accountable for these activities and what are the relevant and most appropriate regulatory method on that. So in the end, the regulators would like to really fight against the illicit activities and try to protect and to maintain the financial stability on that.
Thanks. I think when you look at regulatory approaches, having been a regulator, you can think of three ways, right? Three things. Number one is when you're looking at a new business model, is the pace of change in a business model. And when you're trying to regulate it through prescriptive regulations, is very tough, saying exactly what needs to be done. So we saw that switch from banking, which is very prescriptive, to fintech, which is more principle based. And that's what's being seen when it comes to application of crypto regulations as well, is how do you do it? Second is legislative process takes time. Hence, you have to prioritize, right? The crypto market is what, $2.5 trillion. It's smaller than a company, right? It's one of the top fangs in the world. It's smaller than that. So it is also about proportionate focus on that, right? And hence you saw, and from a piece of that, the decentralized market is even smaller, right? Probably 10% of that, or even about 200 to 300 billion dollars. Hence, the regulators have focused on centralized models. ISCO, FSB have come up with various guidelines to deal with more centralized models, including for virtual assets, service providers. And now we're seeing conversations moving towards frameworks for regulating decentralized exchanges. And that's what I see coming in the future. Number three is a lot of this has to do with code. I mean, we're in a tech conference. It is important to understand, like Tornado Cash was sanctioned and now it's been released, saying it's a software that's being used. It's a bit like using the internet for illicit activities. And it's a question of, do you want to ban the internet? Or if you use an email for illicit activities, should Gmail be banned? So that technicality becomes very challenging for regulators to deal with. So you need then not just financial regulators, but then civil regulators or criminal regulators in terms of the police getting involved. My last bit on this is a key focus for how regulators can apply are POCs and sandboxes. We are sitting in Cyberport, which is running multiple POCs, but also sandboxes with the regulators. And I think that's a forward-looking thing that Hong Kong has done quite well, is always engaging and using sandboxes for understanding newer technologies and then being able to regulate them better. I know we're running close to the end. I'm going to ask a final question to all three of you, a quick one, in terms of which also distinguishes traditional finance and fintech from virtual assets. We spoke about partnerships, right? Public-private partnerships. But there's one thing that also often happens in this industry, which is in terms of the partnerships or support that other providers tend to provide. So when you look at the Bybit hack and others, you could see that exchanges started isolating certain wallets, right? Do we see this continuing in the future, or is it more of a small, we got to be together? Or is it going to be a best practice that even other organizations can deploy in fintech or traditional payments, etc.?
You mean sharing information?
Sharing information, the process of actually being able to isolate it because you now have the technology to do it real time, right?
Yeah.
Doing that in banking would probably have taken a few weeks
Yeah.
to isolate the wallets per se.
I will give a very quick answer to that. And first thing is that if you understand blockchain and you are using a public blockchain like Bitcoin, Ethereum, I mean, there's no secret. Plus, the Twitter will give you some information about some wallet address and some off-chain information to that. So, in the traditional world, you have a Banking Secrecy Act and the GDPR, PDPA to purposely make information from bank A to bank B to be so secretive. That was maybe intentional, but in the Web3 world, the moment you understand the technology, the adoption of technology is so widely used, that piece of PDPA will have to use it in a different manner and people will find out. I feel like most of my OSINT not using tool is from Twitter. When I was doing investigation on the meme coins and all the DAOs, it's really open source in a way already. Thank you.
Thanks. Jacqueline, your views?
I think I do see a trend like the client secrecies or the confidential information are being more and more protected. For example, when we are doing some freezing cases for the clients, sometimes the client's account was freezed, or when there's hacker, then we ask the exchange to freeze the account for us. And when we are facing the exchange, sometimes the exchange will refuse to disclose to us like how much the hacker has put the money into the account, etc. So I think there it really depends on different circumstances. When it is related to the client's confidential information, then to a certain extent they should be protected. But when there is some very extreme cases or very extreme scenarios, then maybe it is better to do the right thing. And also, I think another thing to add is we hope there will be more and more communication and partnership between the regulator and the industry. Because the regulator really need to know better about what is really going on in DeFi. For example, who are the service providers, who are the developers behind that, for them to better understand the industry and to do the better lawmaking.
Noted. Adam?
Yeah, so according to the Bybit hack, we can see that if our players in this industry can collaborate with each other, how fast can we move? And we can rapidly flag the hacker's wallet address and to make it very hard to transfer money or launder his money. Yeah, and I think it's very important to build we can share the information and build a database can redlist, blacklist wallets, and we can build up, enforce a law, like maybe build up an association. We can share this information at this at hold this globally. Yeah, and also I hope for the countries they can all build the standard. Yeah, to comply with the travel rule or the anti-money laundering laws. Yeah, and this is what I think.
Yeah, and I think collaboration cross-border is going to be very vital. One point to end on with regards to this is when you think about banking, traditional rails, a lot of it is like a black box, right? The network behind it, etc. And there's even people inside do not have exposure to the full picture. It's probably a small pinhole that you can see from, right? Whereas in the Web3 world, it's like a crystal box where everybody can view what's happening, right? So that's a key difference in being able to share analytics versus actual analytics being available. So it's real time. Everybody sees where the flow is happening, and you can then pinpoint and isolate. And then it goes down to finally the intention of the organizations. Right now we're in build phase, so probably this continues, and it can be a best practice that remains in the growth phase as well. So with that, we've come to an end of our panel. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists for their thought leadership as well as insights, which I hope have been useful to you. And thank you to the Cyberport team, Rachel, James, Bobo, and others for having us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for all our panel speakers of the day. And this is the end of our today's main events. And we really appreciate it. And also we are honored to have all the panel speakers, opening remarks, and also welcoming remarks speakers of the day to share all these incredible insights and meaningful discussion sessions. And right now, we're about to begin our networking session at El Chero, which is the restaurant right behind the CyberArena. And you may access the venue at the exit on your left side. And we encourage everybody to join us for the networking session to network with all the industry leaders and also our honored speakers and guests of today. Thank you so much for having us in the conference, and we're looking forward to see you once again in Cyberport. Thank you.